paint them black. Gee. Well, it's a good morning and welcome to Breathwaite Athletic Club for this warm-up match that is between Zimbabwe 11 and the West Indies team. A man that will take as a predecessor to the two test matches that we played at Queen's Sports Club between Zimbabwe and the West Indies. But this one is the Zimbabwe 11 taking on the West Indies. A game where players from the West Indies will be looking to acclimatize to the Zimbabwean conditions, especially in this part of the region, while players that are emerging from the Zimbabwean side look to gain some experience. And it's here at the Breathwaite Athletic Club. My name is Tawanda Eli in the commentary box this morning with yours truly, Christopher Mpofu. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Eli. It's good to be here.
A fantastic day for cricket that we have today.
Yeah, it looks beautiful. The sun is out, shining, and the wicket looks good also for cricket.
An attempted pull shot. Already the batting for the West Indies side is Craig Breathwaite with Tengaranai Chandapal. I'll call him Chandapal Jr. A young man who is stepping into the big shoes of his legendary father. Meanwhile, opening the bowling for Zimbabwe from the Gulf Coast, that is Carl Mumba. Good ball. Good follow through from Carl Mumba.
The weather forecast to look like it's going to be a good day until maybe tomorrow afternoon. But you never know with this, this thing's called weather.
Full face of the bat. In defense with that one, that is Tengaranai Chandapal, left-handed batsman. Seems to be settling in quite well in the West Indies side in opening the batting for the test side. Looks composed, looks very solid, I would say. Looks composed, looks very solid, I would say. Another fantastic shot played in defense, and that marks the end of over. So after the first over, West Indies 3 for no loss. Right, opening the bowling from the city end will be Faraz Akram. Good shot. Well played by Craig. That's driven through point. And that'll be the first boundary. A loosener from Faraz. Tell us about that shot, Chris.
Yeah, pretty good shot, but I won't be disappointed if I was Faraz Akram. Like I said, in the morning you have to pitch it up. Just get use the new ball as much as you can. So, from Craig there, showing his class.
A good comeback, and they take a quick single. And it's always key to rotate the strike, and you get a boundary, and you seek to get off a strike. Talking about pitching it up, would we expect it to swing earlier on
No, like I said, not really. You won't get a lot here at BAC, but you still have to use that new ball. It might nip just a bit, but with what I saw from the pitch, looks like there's not even any grass there. So we're looking forward to a long day. If you're a bowler, you have to be really expecting to be on the field for quite a long time. So yeah, talking about Faraz, also a good bowler to left-handers. So this could be a good challenger to the left-hander. Yeah.
Let's take a look at his field setup. Oh, well bowled. Good comeback from Faraz. Looks like he's got a very slow run up, but does he have a little bit of pace on him?
Yeah, he's got a beautiful wrist every time he releases the ball. So that's something that you'll find from him. That's why I said he's quite a good bowler to the left-handers, because he swings it to the right-handers and then takes it away to the left.
It's well played again by Chandapal. Get in line. Will. Tell us about Faraz's field. What does it have, Chris?
For me, he's one of those people that he generally works on his swing. He works on moving the ball off the deck, but more on swing. That's something that, like I said, he will pitch the ball up.
It's good length and also well played from Chandapal. Looks he has a good form in terms of how he sets himself up to face each delivery. The young fellow is full of confidence and played well in the last tour that the West Indies had out in Australia, down under. Well bowled and well washed again. That's the end of the second over. 8 for no loss for the West Indies. Carl Mumba back from the golf course end. Big lad he is. You've played against him quite a number of times, Chris. I remember I played against him in high school.
Yeah, he's one youngster who's really been working hard on his fitness. Injuries dodged him quite a bit, but he's coming back really strong.
Well played. Craig is not shy to cut the ball, but it's well fielded. The Zimbabwean 11 side, they are working with 3 slips and a gully. Correct me if I'm wrong, Chris.
Yeah, you got that right there. Good field set for Carl Mumba. He takes the ball away from the right-hander, so to be a good challenge for Carlos, for Breathwaite. Beautiful shot.
Magnificent shot, well played. However, it will not reach the boundary because of the slow outfield, but they will run 3. That was a great shot by Craig Breathwaite, just leaning into the drive shot right there. Beautifully driven. So seems like with a pretty thick outfield, it will not be racing to the boundary.
Yeah, very But credit to the ground staff here. They've done a really good job when I came here. But last week the grass was very high, and you wouldn't think that we'll be playing a warm-up game here. But credit to them. It's absolutely looking beautiful. But you know, like you said, it's very slow at the moment. So you have to run hard.
Beautiful bench from the ball. Well, looks pretty much to be set to be playing in the V. Not looking to open up as much, but I tell you that he's a good player through the offside as well as most left-handers. Anything on the pads, he does tend to clip it away. Good ball. Good comeback from Carl. And this is something that is very good for the Zimbabwe 11 to be playing in the city of kings and queens, I would say, especially in this format of the game, the longer format. It's been a minute since we've seen a touring side coming down the side, so definitely this tour of the West Indies gives the Zimbabwean players much time to play in such conditions.
Yeah, like you're saying, for me that's something that a lot of people will be looking forward to seeing, watching more games like this warm-up. I'm sure we'll see quite a few people coming to watch these legends from West Indies, and also it's a positive aura for these Zim 11 guys who are on the field, you know, to bowl to these great players.
And of the third 11 for Nolas for the West Indies. Coming to that part, Chris, where we were talking of the much needed experience of playing against sides like the West Indies. What would it be like for the Zimbabwean 11, as most of them, they're youngsters that are just on the fringe of making it into the national side? What are the nerves like when you're playing against big names like Craig Breathwaite?
It's always coming to that point. It's always a big boost, you know, for these guys. You know, you watch these guys on TV, you've seen what they can do. And one thing I'll tell you, I was with Tanaka Chivanga. I was in the nest yesterday. I came to bowl with them and to help out with ways that I could. But you know, one thing that really inspired me when he said, "I'm looking forward, you know, to taking Craig Breathwaite's wicket." So for me, I think that's a big positive.
Good ball. It's always good to have a sign of that much confidence as a young fella, to looking at getting one of the most valuable scouts, especially the likes of Craig Breathwaite, who leads the West Indies Test side and is done remarkably well in recent years. Well bowled.
And also, I think that's one thing that as a nation, if we can get more of these games, you know, for these guys, we would definitely go far. Because the guys that are playing here, the guys who are next in line to you know, to represent the national team. Some have represented it, but you know, it's a way of coming back again to, you know, to the national setup.
Beautifully played through the covers. And just leaned into that shot on the back foot. And that's Craig. He'll pick up 2 runs. And as much as you might say it's a warm-up match, I love the way that the West Indies are running in between the wickets. And they are quick to get through to each side, and they're pushing each other earlier on. And it just shows you the kind of mindset that they have, preparing themselves for the first test match against the Zim side.
like you just said on that issue of running, something that you're not used to seeing from the West Indies side. So, to see them running the way they're doing, they are renowned for their big hitting boundaries and all. But to see them running so well like this, like you're saying, it's a warm-up match. But you can see how serious they want to take this. They are not taking it lightly.
It is a good mindset to have, because legends of great that have been opening for West Indies, we've known them to be power hitters. Looking at the likes of Chris Gale, who where running seems to be a word that's non-existent in their vocabulary. Well watched, just outside of stump, marks the end of the fourth over. 13 for no loss for the West Indies. So if you're just joining us, Zimbabwe 11, led by Donald Tripano, they won the toss and elected to put the West Indies to bat. Good ball by Carl. Good ball. Chris, how key is it in winning the toss? But good fielding. In the 4-day format, how key is winning the toss? How key is the toss? Is it really that much of a big deal, or just look to play whichever way the coin falls?
One thing I can say is still winning the toss is a big thing. It's a big issue. Some wickets like this one, if you bat first, you know that on the third day or the fourth day it's going to spin a lot.
Well bowled by Carl.
So as we're saying, that for me, winning the toss in these 4 days or test matches, it will still play a big role. You're looking to bat once. If you bat 1.5 days, you've got a good score, 400 or more. So you know that if you've got really good spinners, they'll come to the party in the third day. So winning the toss, I'll still put it in a high position.
Carl pitching it up. As Chris has said that earlier on in the overs in the day, you need to pitch it up and hoping that something happens. But it does look like it's a good batting track. It also will be aided by the very bright sun that we have. No sign of cloud cover at all, and no anticipation of rain at all from the weather forecast, although it had been raining a few weeks ago and a couple of days ago. Really, rain like weather. Good ball. Still talking about how important the toss is with Chris here. So in a team setup, when you're before the toss, because you never know how the coin is going to fall. You might say, I want to bet first, and then you're going to bowl first. How do you prepare yourself?
Like you said, you never know how that is gonna fall. But you're still looking as a team that if we do win the toss, this is the first priority that we're looking to do. But if we don't, at the end of the day, you're a professional. You have to adapt to whatever situation that you've got. So like it's
end of the fifth over, 13 for no loss. That's the key thing right there. You are a professional. You have to do the job, whether you win and just say you would have batted first and then you're put into the field. So it's all about application and doing the job that has been set beside you. But as far as we're concerned, it seems like we'll be having a wonderful, magnificent cricket time out here for this warm-up match. off the back foot. Well through the covers by Craig, and he'll pick up his second boundary. Eased well into that shot. Magnificent. Seemed to have so much time in playing that shot.
Beautiful. It is beautiful. You know, leaning back onto it and just punching it. He's not actually forcing that shot. You know, he's made it look so easy. Yes, we talked about how slow the outfield is, but the way it's raced to the boundary is beautiful.
Magnificent. Such a beauty to watch. Craig Breathwaite, in terms of how he bats, he doesn't force most of his shots. He's pretty one of those that take, again, plays that one on the back foot. He takes his time in terms of how he plays. He doesn't look to force anything, and he works the ball around the field. And the opportunity, if you give him the chance, he will play those big shots. A good comeback from Faraz.
Yeah, getting back to it, pitching it up as we spoke about it. You know, here if you bowling short, you will be punished all day. It's one of those wickets where you definitely have to pitch it up more. Just play with your field set. Maybe have a few people around the bat, you know, in front or even square. That will work for him.
Well played, and well bowled as well, making the batsman come onto the front foot, which is somewhere where you would always want the batter to be, because the ball can do anything and you might just get yourself either an outside edge, or it might just go on through to the pads and be in a good position to go for the LBW shout there. Another good one. As a bowler, Chris, how important is it to your concentration levels as an opening bowler in your first 5 overs? Is there a particular margin of error that you give yourself in terms of how many runs you're going to go for? Are you always mindful of your economy rate earlier on?
For to Test cricket, for me as a bowler for the Test cricket, one thing that I try to do by all means is to make sure that how many dot balls. Anyways, end of the over, 6 overs gone, 17 without loss.
Continue on your point.
Yeah, as I was saying,
So after 7 overs, West Indies are 17 for no loss. And steadily building a partnership are these two. Craig Breathwaite seems to be the more attacking batter. 15 of 18 so far with 2 boundaries to his name. While Tengarana Chandapal has 24 deliveries and is steadily just on 2 runs. Meanwhile, looking at the Zimbabwean bowling card, Karl Mumba, 4 overs to his name, 2 maidens, and only considered 6 runs, and Faraz Akram, 3 overs, and is considered 11 so far. A change of bowling from the City end. Tanaka Chivanga comes into the attack. Big fella.
Yeah, looking forward to him. As I told you at a good chat yesterday, I was looking forward to this challenge, and I'm sure you'll let it rip, you'll let it go fast. He's one youngster who really loves bowling fast.
And they will be bowling to the man that is looking to claim his scalp from your conversation. And that is Craig Breathwaite.
Definitely looking forward to this, Eli. I'm really looking forward to this. I'm sure, I know it's a slow wicket, but with the way I saw him bowling yesterday, I'm sure we're going to get something out of it.
That's good pace. Goes down the leg side of Craig. Came off his thigh pad there, but he'll say that he was watching it carefully. But good pace, good bounce.
Yeah, definitely something that you see from this fella. He'll run in, he'll give everything that he has. He will not, he'll not back down from the challenge. So I'm looking forward to him, letting it rip and going faster.
It's well bowled and well played as well. Something seen that we've seen from Zimbabwe's 11's opening bowlers so far. All of them fairly tall fellas, from Karl Mumba to Faraz Akram and Tanaka Chivanga. They have a decent height in them. Oh. That was off the bat. And the wicket keeper taking a dive, but not able to fully get behind that ball. Craig runs 2 there. And that's a chance that has gone down.
Yeah, but it looks like the umpire is just giving it a leg by. Chris Perry there, signaling a leg by. I thought also he hit it. But like we said, we're seeing Chivang hard. Already you can see that he wants it more.
A good contest on the cards between these two. Tanaka Chivanga running in hard at full steam, really looking to try and get Craig as uncomfortable as much as possible, trying to build up some pressure. Another good ball, and well played by Craig. Watches the ball carefully. Doesn't have a textbook defense, Craig. Sort of like just stands there and punches it back. And sometimes he just seems to play it with soft hands.
Yeah, definitely doesn't. He's not one of those that you say is, proper textbook. But what he does very well is watching the ball all the way.
Edged, but those soft hands coming into play just fall short of the slips. Quick single taken. And that marks the end of the 8th over. West Indies 20 for no loss. Captain of the Zimbabwe 11, Donald Tiripano in his first over. Breathwaite's looked quite organised, as he does most of the time when he spends time out in the middle. A man who's in pretty decent form. Chris, you've obviously grown up around here, played a lot of your cricket at BAC. Your thoughts on how the wickets played so far today, bearing in mind, of course, it was quite difficult to prepare the surface over the last week, couple of weeks with the rain that's been around, and may find it playing later on today, going into the next couple of days?
Firstly, credit to the ground stuff. When I came here a few days ago, it didn't look as if we're going to be playing any game here. So, with what I've seen, it's absolutely looking beautiful, but still slow on the outfield. And definitely on the wicket, you won't get quite a lot of movement on that. It looks flat as ever. To Ila, you need to look to pitch it up and use the new ball as much as you can, because you're not going to get in sports club where you be consistent and be patient on that line and length.
I was talking flatness, so can we expect a bit of abrasion on the ball as the innings progresses?
Like I said, it's unlike Queen Sports Club where you get a as we're saying, it's unlike Queen Sports Club where you get a bit of reverse swing. Here it's not a hard surface like Queen's, so we have to look to keep hitting your areas. It might turn a bit later in the afternoon, but we haven't played a lot of 4 days yet, so we just wait and see how it goes. And to continue from the city end, it's Tanaka Chivanga bowling his second over. Very well bowled, very well bowled. Good Yorker there from Chivanga, trying to get through the gate. Very good length there from Chivanga once again, hitting that top of off stump hard. As we talk about the wicket being slow, but he's bowled quite well, pitching it up there, looking for that edge.
We saw Craig trying to play that one just through the point region, in between gully and the point. A good start by those students, I would say, so far, in terms of how they've applied themselves. One seemed to be more attacking, and the other one just taking time to get in. But at the same time, I love the pressure that the changeover bowl is being used by Zimbabwe. That is the skipper himself, Donald Tripana and Tanaka Chivanga. The pressure that they're creating seems as if anything can happen at any point in time, which is good. Chris, is there a particular time in a match where there's a bowler that you look towards to give you that breakthrough, or you're looking for that from every bowler?
Well, coming to that point, you know that in terms of your new bowlers, they will swing the ball, they will move it off the deck. So I was looking forward, especially for Faraz, who does move the ball off the wicket and swings it a bit. So you always expecting to get, to get wickets. But if you don't get, like we said, we've got Tanaka Chavanga who come and bowl fast, and you're looking forward to this guy. He might travel quite a bit, but you know that he's definitely going to give you something, will give you a breakthrough. So that's. But the good part is that he has come in and he has hit his length very well.
Again, coming in hard. That one a bit fuller, directed towards the pads. And that marks the end of the 10th over. So after 10 overs, was 1 for Nonos. Steadily going on. Beginning of the 11th over, Donald Tiripam coming from the golf course end. Very well experienced cricketer. Has donned the Zimbabwean jersey for many years and leading this first 11 side. That's bowled short, but it'll trickle down to fine leg. Longer, fill it with ease. And there'll be a change in the field setup. That right hand and left hand combination that we always say seems to play on the bowler's mind. Every now and again you have to adjust your length and the direction where your ball intends to go. How big a part does that play, Chris, on your mind as a bowler?
Yeah, it does. As a bowler, you've got guys who tell you that I love bowling to right-handers, I love bowling to lefties.
Good ball.
Very well bowled. Yeah, we're coming back to that point. It's one of those things that can really, mess up your mind. For me and one person that loves bowling to righties because of taking the ball away. And then when you've got the lefty coming on the other side, it can be a little bit tricky. So it's about also angles, and when you are bowling to the lefty, you have to change the angle. You are not going to use the same angle that you use to the righty.
Well left. That's Donald Tuano. Experienced cricket, as I said, but it's good to see that even after the many years of playing cricket under his belt, still has decent pace and is getting decent bounce.
Yeah, the big fella's still running in. He's played over 100 first-class games. That's quite a lot. There's one fella who's always taking care of his body quite a lot in terms of stretching. His fitness is quite good at his age. So, yeah, it's not a surprise to see him running in and hitting that length very well.
Good ball in the block hole, and that one marks the end of the 11th over. 22 for no loss for the West Indies. Tanakjivanga from the city end. Without a doubt, the quickest bowler in and around the Zimbabwean domestic setup at the moment. Received his ODI T20 international debuts in the last 12 months or so. The young, energetic, fast bowler. Spent a lot of time in South Africa playing club cricket before coming home and trying his hand for the national side. If anything, probably just want to work a lot more on his consistency. He's got the pace, but just feel that he can be a lot more consistent in the groupings of his balls. Will make him a little bit more effective at international level.
Very true that, there's one person that I think he's cut off his short ball quite a lot, which is much better, which something that we saw when he came to Zimbabwe, bowled quite a lot of that. Oh, speaking of the short ball, he's definitely come to the party.
And just talking about the short ball, I think for him, what he needs to realize is there's a difference between an actual bouncer and the short ball. The short ball's a bad ball, and it's not a ball that he's bowled on purpose in terms of, I want to bowl a bouncer.
Yeah.
He's missed his length, and that's why it's a short ball. But when he bowls his actual bouncer, you can see a difference.
That's very true. We saw that when he played against India. He got a very good bumper to Shikhar Dhawan. Like you said, he confuses himself in terms of the short ball and the bounce out. Maybe because the short ball, when he bowls it, he's striving for pace quite a lot, which is something that he has to work on. Hitting line and length more often.
Just an indication they definitely are slight lack of pace in the pitch, which is what you were talking about, Chris. It's just shaped away from the right-hander, but Breathwaite just had enough time to, in the face of the bat, and just ride that bounce.
Yeah, very true. You just have to be much patient as a bowler, not getting touched. Just let the batsman do the mistake, yeah.
Again, that ball just holding in the surface a little bit. What you want ideally is that ball just skipping through, not giving the batsman time to adjust.
Very true. We normally say when it comes to BC, we say fight the wicket, because if you fight the wicket will fight you. Yeah, so you need to try and pitch it up and let the pace and the movement that you get off the little that you have there, work for you. So for Chivanga, yes, he's got the pace, but the short ball definitely not an ideal thing in this wicket.
Quick single taken. Milton Shumba's the fielder at mid-off. Wild judge single from the captain Breathwaite. 23 for none. Tiripano will continue from the golf course end. It's fallen out of favour. Team level Donald Tiripano, in particular in white ball cricket. What we've seen over the last 3-4 years is that it's very handy with the bat. He's put in some really decent scores at test match level. High score of 95. That was against Afghanistan in Abu Dhabi a couple of years ago. But just hasn't been able to penetrate with the ball as he used to as a younger, faster bowler. So he's just got his work cut out to try and get in the team now, Tiripano.
Yeah, the other thing, we've got guys who've stepped in as bowlers in the national team whom I think have done quite very well. You've got the likes of Brad Evans, who's also becoming a good all-rounder. You've got the frontline bowlers, the youngsters, the Muzarabani, and also the veteran Tendai Chatara. So it's been a really tough one for Donald to make it.
His contributions with the bat, though, have been phenomenal.
Really?
Test match cricket, and ODI cricket.
It was one person that I felt maybe they could have got him more chance even with his bat. We know he's a bowler, but one person that I saw, doing very well with the bat for Zimbabwe in the last few years. So he's one person that we can, like you said, he's gone out of favor, but we could have made him, play quite a few games also, even as a batter. That's something that I believe he could have done well.
Yeah, I played Donald Tripano, of course, for the Mountaineers for a very long time. Donald Tripano started off as a number 10 batsman, worked his way into the middle order at the Mountaineers, started batting 8 one stage, came up to number 7. Again, just a bit of lack of pace on the surface. Will go wide of backward point for a single. And he worked constantly over 2-3 years on his batting, improved himself, and became a genuine all-rounder. And a genuine all-rounder at franchise cricket at the time, but when he got the opportunity and was elevated to the national team, he started scoring internationally as well with the bat.
Definitely, no mark. I've bowled quite a lot to him at provincial level. He's one person that we knew that every time he comes in, he will be a thorn, to us as a team. End of the over, 33 without loss.
A bowled. It's a good length. Shavanga just attacking those stumps, testing the defences of Craig Breathwaite. He'll definitely be striving to put in some good numbers here. Hasn't had an opportunity to represent Zimbabwe at test level yet. He's played a few 18 games. Probably would have wanted more wickets in that format. And I think that's where what we were talking about, to improve himself as a player. Just get his groupings a little bit better. Create the pressure. The issue that he has sometimes is creates pressure with 3-4 deliveries and then gives a delivery where the batsman can get off strike or gets a boundary. So it's very difficult to make a plan to a particular batsman to try and get him out. It's constantly getting off strike or getting boundaries. You'll know that, Chris.
Yeah, he has the pace. That's a plus for him. There's not quite a lot of bowlers in Zimbabwe who bowl at that pace. Compare him with Chatara. Chatara will not have the pace, but Chatara will hit the length more often, So that's something that he can use. If he's got the pace and hits the same area, it will be a really big problem for the batters. So he just has to work on his consistency more and more.
Better. That's where he wants to be consistently. Chivanga.
And also learning the wickets a bit quicker. I think he's seen that there is nothing on the short side here. You just have to be more on the full pitched it up. We haven't seen a lot of drives, going for 4, but every time they've pitched their shot, it's gone for 4.
Definitely want to be slightly fuller in length on one as opposed to being back in length. It's the end of the 14th. It's 37 for no loss. Around the wicket, left-hander. Just trying to create a different angle. occasion around Paul has shown that he's got a good technique. No off jumpers. Very happy to let the ball go. His 8 runs have taken 34 balls. So patience is not a problem. Tiripano here just trying to get him to play a little more at the ball coming around the wicket.
Yeah,
Left alone again.
Yeah, change of angle from Tiripano. Trying to do something different. Bowling to someone who's more compact, like Chandrapal. You need to keep trying things. Even this wicket is a wicket where you have to try things. Not being too predictable. And that's something that Donald has tried to do, yeah.
Bit of confusion between Breathwaite and Chandrapal in the end. Doesn't cause any problems. The fielder looks like Wimadevede, who's come onto the field for the first time after the drinks break. Zimbabwean bowlers used so far, just struggling to get penetration. This West Indies opening pair, Faraz Akram and Karl Mumba opened the bowling, replaced by Chifanga and Tiripano. Ball solid. And the ball. And the over. Wicket to the attack. First ball just sliding down the side to the right-handed Breathwaite. Nicely collected it.
This will be quite interesting. BAC has been turning quite a bit in a few club games that we play here, so it will be good to see if Wesley gets something out of the wicket.
Is it turning surface what BAC has been over the years?
Not really changed the past 2 years, I can say. The club games that we played here, we got a few to spin. Eli can actually vouch with me with this left arm spin. It's one of those wickets where it has actually turned quite a lot. It used to be good for seamers, but now you will not get it quite a lot here, the seamer.
Which is why you advocate for all your club games we play at the Queen's Sports Club now.
Definitely, Queens has always been a very good place for me.
He wouldn't have bowled a lot in the state cricket. this format, longer version cricket. Bit of turn out of the surface. Now this will be encouraging for Wesley Madevere. Chris, you were just talking about it's been turning of late. Maybe we've just seen the first evidence of that.
Yeah, definitely with that last ball from okay, one more ball to go. But the last ball that he bowled, getting that to go away from the left hander.
$40 for none. Faraz Akram back into the attack from the golf course end. His first spell was from the city end. Chris, you saw more of that. Did he really get a bit of shape on the ball? We know generally he likes to take the ball into the right hander.
Not quite a lot. And he bowled more balls to lefty, which we thought he was gonna, get a few to go with that angle, but he didn't get that much. So I don't know. Maybe with the older ball, we don't know what might happen. But like I said earlier on, you will not get any reverse swing yet at BAC. So it's consistent on that length will be the key thing. Flick that on fine leg for one run. The ball from Faraz. Back on that length, coming round, change of angle also.
That's wild. Idea to come around the wicket for Faraz Akram. Just draw the left hander into the stroke a little bit more. 17 gone. It's 41 for no loss. young Wesley Madere. He'll do a job with the ball. He'll be looking to contribute a lot more with the bat in hand.
Well balled again from Wesley. The last one just a little bit slower.
He's bowling very quickly, isn't he?
Definitely. I think he can, get it to look just a little bit more.
You do find in general spinners, normally in the first, second innings of a game, tend to bowl a little bit quicker because there's not much in the surface. Not often you get a lot of turn. They want batsmen to line them up and get after them. To just slow it up as the game progresses. It's 18 overs gone, 42 for none. For Akram. Very full and straight that last delivery. In general, full. It's well bowled. Well played by Craig Breathwaite. He's pushing it into vacant space on a point on the offside. Big appeal. Probably an inside edge on that. And that's why it was probably big appeal just from the bowler. And the rest were pretty stifled in the covers and mid-off area.
Very good ball from Faraz. They're probing on that good length. They're quite a good fill set for that length also now.
Chris, a last question, and you can answer this in the next over, of course, just the ball to go. But did you enjoy playing warm-up matches yourself ahead of a tour, in particular a test match tour? Did it take a lot out of you? And when you bowled, were you giving you 150% or just getting yourself through the motions before the game? You can come back to that in the next over. 43 for none.
Yeah, coming to that question, I was never a big fan of these warm-up games. As a bowler, most of the times when we played warm-up matches, it was in Bangladesh, and you meet these youngsters that you have never seen before, and they really bully you. The confidence as a bowler was never a good thing going to a big match, playing against the Tamim and everyone. So for me, it was a different scenario as a bowler.
Oh, big shot. I'm looking for a flat sweep. Bit of purchase out the pitch for my David. Okay, put aside the youngsters and who come in and give you a bashing. They're trying to get in Bangladesh side. Did you not want the preparation that way yourself? Did you feel that the work that you did in the nets was enough leading up to a series?
You just said something so good. I felt like the work that I've done in the net will be quite good enough. Even what I had done before, leaving at home, we played quite a few 4-day games.
And what about conditions then? Because a good length in a country like Zimbabwe, for example, where you would be coming from, is different to a good length in Bangladesh, where probably the ball doesn't get so high. So you've also got to gauge where you're bowling those lengths and what areas you want to be hitting consistently. You felt you got that enough out of the nets as well, as opposed to maybe being out in the middle?
On my side, I felt that was quite good enough. You're a professional at the end of the day, so if you've been given that task of hitting the right line and lane, also I loved, before a game, getting into the middle, getting a bowling coach to catch for me.
Overs gone. 46 for none.
Early on into the 21st over. Slow start, you'd say. West Indies are out. Just a run rate of over 2.2 at the moment. That one just worked onto the onside, but Wesley in the mid-wicket region cutting that one out. Craig Breathwaite settled in quite well earlier on, 31 of 65 balls, 47.6. Meanwhile, Chanderpaul on the other part, taking his time, but he works this one through the covers, and it does have the legs to go to the boundary, and should be his second boundary so far, and that will take him onto 13, into the double digits. 13 of 58 deliveries, strike rate of 22. It doesn't really play that much of a part in the 4-day game, does it? You just work yourself in. That's the key part.
Yeah, true that. We heard from Chanderpaul that what he's done, he was not worried of how many runs he scored in the first hour. All he does is just bet hours and hours, just bet long as much as you can. That's something you got no pressure. In this 4-day cricket or test cricket, you've got no pressure to score runs.
Looking to crack it down the ground, but it is well fielded at mid-on. Zimbabwe still looking to attack. As far as changing ends coming from the golf course end, hoping for something different. Well bowled. It does have to, it seemed to have better groupings, but that's the end of the 21st over. 51 for no loss. Wesley continues. Craig just opening the face of the blade to pick up 2 there. Now, this has been a trademark for Craig Breathwaite. Works the ball around, and he does get the singles and 2s here and there, but he keeps the scoreboard ticking. That's one thing that you will definitely be assured by Craig being at the wicket. He keeps the scoreboard ticking, and given the opportunity, he does put it away. A good shot, but it is well covered. Man in the deep there, except that one, but that was a good sweep shot played.
Very good shot from Craig there. He's a very good player of spin also. Saw him in Australia. How he faced Nathan Lyon, was one of the best in the world. Made it look so easy.
As much as Chanderpaul is not scoring regularly, it doesn't seem to be in any sort of discomfort in that he's comfortable defending and playing the long game of waiting for a really bad ball and playing his shots. And as you see, end of the 22nd over. That's a good shot, but doesn't have the legs to go to the boundary. But they do run three. That's a good ball. It's onto the pads. Chanderpaul will think he might have had a chance of scoring through that region, which we saw him being pretty much his strong area when he was down in Australia. But so far the Zimbabwe 11 have been good at keeping him quiet. It's been Craig who's been the more attacking one, or more an aggressive batter. And it seems that every shot that Chanderpaul is playing is finding fielders. Does that get frustrating as a batter, that every time you're playing a shot, you seem to be playing a good shot but you're finding the man? Does it work on your mind, or you just...
Definitely, because the shots that he has actually played this morning have been beautiful shots, but he's been finding the fielders.
You can see that one. Inside edge, could have gone anywhere. Could have played it onto the stumps. The ball just hurrying onto him. But he gets off strike.
Yeah, coming to that point of getting frustrated, but these two, they are one of the players that you will not see that, creeping onto them. I've seen a lot of players that once they're bogged down for an over, they start playing short.
Shot. That's beautiful play through the covers. And to pick up 4 runs. Well, one is finding it hard to score, but the other one does pick up gaps here and there and plays beautifully. That's the skipper. That's a beautiful cover drive. 4 runs.
Very good shot from Craig there. Looks like he's been here in Bulawayo for quite a long time, the way he's playing it. Very good shot.
Good comeback. And for us, just not pitching it up, but just back off a length, and marks the end of the 23rd over. 62 for no loss. Wesley, a big shout. The umpire Chris Perry not moved at all. Well, just would have added to the woes of Chanderpaul had he been given out. He's had a very slow start to his innings. Wesley seems to be playing around with his pace in terms of how quick he's bowling.
We've seen every time he's thrown it up. We've got some 10 at the wicket. Something like we have expected that we might get a bit of 10 here at BEC.
Beautifully bowled. Just beats the outside edge. And going through quickly through the over is Wesley. Already one ball left in the over. And a good over from Wesley. He had an LBW shout and one that just went outside the face of the bat. It's 24 overs down, and 62 for no loss for the Windies. Change of bowling from the golf course. Calm back into the attack. Now well filtered.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful from Wesley. Diving to his right. One hand. Serving a couple of runs there.
A very energetic fielder that is Wesley. Wherever you put him, he's always in action.
He's one fielder that will give you everything. Every time he's on the field, dives around, he's always wanting the ball to come to him. That's why he's very good, always wanting the ball to come to you.
On this outside off stump. Chanderpaul happy to leave that one through to the keeper. Kamumba coming into his second spell at a very good first opening spell and is looking to continue on the same note. And again, play, but finds the fielder. No bowled. Drawing the batsman forward. They're getting to think, should I play the shot or not? But on this note, Chanderpaul opting to let it go again. With the ball getting us all crisp, we see a change in the sets up for Carl's field, but still attacking.
Still attacking, but you still need, those few people in front of the bat. See if he's already changed that. He's got a short mid wicket. He's got a square leg. You can tell now that he's going to come a bit straighter. Definitely looks like they're looking to hit over 63 without loss.
Now Wesley bowling to Craig. It'll be interesting to see how he operates. I'll work to the leg side. A quick single, take it. That one is a slow one, and Chanderpaul is looking to sweep. Huge appeal, but umpire still not interested. Bit of an enthusiastic sharp more. Wesley highly animated in his appeal. Good shot, but well fielded.
I'm sure Chanderpaul is sweeping on line here. 2 uphills. Looks like he's been trying to sweep anything that is very outside off stump. He's tried to sweep. But that's why the umpire hasn't given that up.
Well bowled. Well played. Good contest we have on the cards here. And seems like it's action-packed at the moment. Out. We'll pick up 2. Sort of releases the pressure just a bit that Wesley was building up. End of the over. 64, 66 for Norris. Shot. And again, well fielded by Wesley. Just looking at the temperature, 28 degrees is what the weather forecast is saying. Feels more like around the 30s, I'd say. Freeman, our scorer, not agreeing with that. A slow ball onto the pads, but will work to the leg side. And a good effort out in the deep. And he saves a couple. Or he saves one actually. So that's 3 runs. Claps all around for a good shot and a good fielding effort there.
Yeah, beautiful fielding from Tanu Makoni. Quite energetic. Short and quick on the field there. Running to his left to pick it up and save a single. It could have been 4 runs.
Drives. Chanderpaul was uppish. We just curve away from the fielder. And it'll trickle to the boundary. It's 4 runs. It was more of like a pressure release shot. But it does him good. It'll feel good to have runs under your belt. That is Chanderpaul. Moves into the 20s. I don't think Carl will be pretty much disappointed with that one. As you can see, there's a change in field.
Very good length there. We can just give the credit to the batsman, the way he played. It's absolutely good length from Carl Mumba.
You would be encouraged by that kind of a shot because you would want the batter to be driving at such point in time, because that does bring your man you have in the gully and that sort of cover point region into play.
He definitely encouraging that length that we encourage to the bowler. And you want to be making sure that the batsman is driving at that, and those guys that, like you said,
73 for no loss.
Wesley to continue from the city end. He's bowled quite very well to the lefty Chanderpaul. He's got the ball to 10, Eli, to the left hander. Shockingly that he hasn't done that consistently to the righty.
Seems to be pretty much trying to press Chanderpaul. Short catching.
Again, probing on that good length to the lefty. Every time he's bowling, you feel like he's going to get something out of it. There's always that action, when he's bowling to the left-hander.
There's always something in the air or anticipating that he might give Zimbabwe 11 the breakthrough that they're looking for.
Once again, very good length from Wesley.
Change in fielding position. And right smack in front.
Oh. Oh, oh, oh.
It's always interesting positions to find yourself filled in it. End of the over, 74 for loss.
Oh, straying to the pads is Kalmumba, flicked away by Breathwaite. Looks like it might run away for 4. Oh, stop, says the outfield. As we can see, the outfield is not the quickest. They take 2 runs.
Yeah, they didn't run as hard as they would. He was hoping that that one would find its way to the boundary, hence the 2 runs. But a good shot from Craig Breathwaite. Anything off the pads, he seems to be playing with ease. The quality that Craig Brathwaite brings is whenever he plays a shot, it doesn't seem to be any risk involved in the shot that he's playing. He plays with ease and grace.
Once again, flicked again. Is this one going to run away for 4? No. That'll be 50 for Craig. 50 of 79 balls with 4 fours at a strike rate of 64. Doing so well so far. It looks composed. Doesn't look like he's in any rush, but he's scoring at ease.
It was a good 50 from Craig to build up his confidence. Man shows the class and form he's in. Good ball, but again, played with soft hands, just taking off the bottom hand.
You were talking about the filth. It looks like they've got an extra man on the leg side there, Eli, to cut off the flick, hoping that he might flick it straight to the fielder in the air there. Oh, not so good from Kal Mumbai. He's put the fielders on the onside and he bowls one shot and wide and cut it 4.
Good shot and good awareness where the field placements are by Craig. And Kamumba missing his line and length, putting it wide, and he gets punished. 4 runs to Craig. And again, played with soft hands. And marks the end of the over. 29 overs gone, 82 for no loss. A good fielding effort by Kachabanga by run 2 in that one. Wesley continue from the City end. And you will be happy that Chandapo is on strike. It's been a good contest between the two. It always seems as if ship is building up, and there is one end that seems as if it might just something might happen. You might want to keep that better on strike as much as possible. Because of the two, it seems as if Chandapo might be the one that way you have got a chance, but with Craig is solid as ever.
You said it rightly. That as a captain, yeah, you need to make sure that Chandapo, you give him more strike, because it looks like every time he has faced Wesley Madera, it looks like something is going to happen, and he's beaten the edge quite a few times. So just making sure that you bowl to him. It looked like the last few overs also he started playing quite a few shots. So just try by all means to keep him on strike, and also the fielders. And also with your fielders there, you need them to be, to be in the game.
That's something that I was about to mention, but I'll get to that point just after this over. Let's work the way to the leg side. And he gets off strike and brings marks the end of the 30th over, 87 for no loss. And we were talking just before the ball about having your bowlers in the action and your fielders in the action, but the Zimbabwean players, they've been pretty quiet. And with 30 overs played, and they will be calling lunch. So that's after 30 overs of play. West Indies find themselves on 87 for no loss. Craig Breathwaite seems much set better for the West Indies. 56 runs scored off his bat of 83. And so definitely in this session, as it comes to an end, we would say that it belongs to the West Indies. And we will walk off the pitch with 87 runs on the board, and then on the Zimbabwean column from the bowlers that have been used. So you can join us after the lunch break as we continue on this warm-up match at the Bulawayo Athletic Club with the Zimbabwe 11 taking on the West Indies. It's a good afternoon, and we welcome you to the second session. And we get off the mark with Chandapol, playing that one off the back foot. This is just after the lunch break. The West Indies resuming play at 87 for Nolos, now 88 for Nolos. And a brilliant partnership that is forming between. And welcoming you back into the commentary box. It's myself, Tawanda Eli, with Christopher Mpofu. Good afternoon, Chris.
Good afternoon, Eli.
The weather now seems like it is a bit 28 degrees now, just after lunch. And has settled down from the 30s that we were in earlier on. And we're resuming play with Donald Tripano coming back from the golf course end. Down the leg side, just coming from lunch, so he'll be trying to get his lines and length back in order. A good start from the West Indians so far, Chris.
A very, very, very good start from these two, Eli. As we said, first day here at BAC, it's the warm-up. You would have thought maybe they'll take a little bit of time to get used to these conditions, but as I was saying earlier on, looks like Craig has been here for quite a long time. He's crossed his 50 and quite well, and Chandapol settling in also.
Good. Good shape from Chandapol, and also good shape from Craig in terms of how they have constructed this innings. And Craig has been taking the lead and putting the runs on the board.
Yeah, the kicking so solid as ever, and Chandapol doing what he knows best, and grafting hard, going through those rough patches. When the Zimbabwean bowlers bowled quite good lengths, he didn't change his game, and even when he was batting quite well, he didn't actually try to play the same way that Craig was playing, because it looked like Craig was getting runs at ease.
Quitting taken, good call and good running. Something that we've seen that is become a depiction of these two that are in the center. They play differently from the openers of yesteryears for the West Indies. These two, they work the ball around, they run the twos, and they've quick feet, unlike the usual openers for the West Indies, who depend pretty much on power and look to hit every ball to the boundary. But these two, they're playing a different form of West Indian test cricket.
Yeah, definitely different way. We've seen the likes of the Hurricane Girl, the likes of Wavel Hunt. These ones will settle down and take their time to graft and get a way of scoring runs. When you talk about Chris Gaw, he used to one of those guys that will put you under pressure as a bowler. It's test cricket one. So with these ones as a bowler, you've got a chance to to settle down and get your land right. But those ones never gave you a chance of doing that.
That's the end of the 31st, 90 for no loss.
Okay, change of bowling from the city end. It's William Mashinge coming from the city end. Bowling his first over of the day. They call him Dre Russ, as we all know. Really loves the way Andrew Russ from West Indies plays and how he plays. Most of the things that he does, surely you see there's a lot of Dre Russ in.
On a bit short and cut away, and that'll be 4. It still gets to the boundary despite the efforts of the man at point, putting a finger to it, but it still had its power and pace to take you to the boundary. Maybe a loose nut from Mashinge, but he would want to continue the same wavelength of bowlers that have been there before him. We've been trying to put on just a little bit of pressure from the city end. Full toss down the leg side.
He's one of the guys that really needs to work on his consistency, on hitting the same area over and over. The same thing that we're talking about Chivanga. He's got the pace, but he just needs to hit this area more often.
In the air for a bit, and shouts of catch it around, but drops short. The man fielding it short mid wicket. Short man fielding it short mid wicket.
Really a good one. Short man fielding a short mid wicket. The right position for him.
Fuller pitched up and well played.
For me, that to be the length that they need to persist on. We've seen all day from the morning that if you keep bowling it that full, there's not a lot of runs that have been scored off the front foot. Every time you've straight shot, it's been cut away.
Again, Fuller played but gets to the man. Mashinga getting into his rhythm, getting into his line and length right, and he'll be happy with that. Just outside of stump and played away for a single. 95 for no loss after 32.
Donald Tiripana to continue from the golf course end.
At points like this, Chris, where you haven't found your first breakthrough as a captain or as a bowler, what sort of ploys can you put at play to try and be different? This is the second session. What would you be doing different in the second one?
Straight away, I see difference from the field set right now. We're actually seeing a bit of defense, but mixed with attack at the same time. Seeing there's one slip, there's a gully, and we had a deep point, which you see has gone back again to the in ring. As we're saying, you need to be a little bit ahead in terms of field set. Yeah, just have straighter field. Because With this wicket, you will not get a lot if you're bowling outside off stump. You just have to prolong in terms of bowling on that off stump, but having a straighter field set mid wickets. I like what I'm seeing, yeah, but my question with that length, I don't see anything going to gully. That's one thing maybe I can change if I was the captain.
Tripano looking to bowl a straight and constrict Craig Breathwaite and giving him any sort of room to work around and try and build some pressure. And maybe can induce a false shot from the captain. And what Christopher was talking about right there, they've taken note of it. Gully is out and is put in a short mid-off.
Oh, straight to that man that was moved from gully. And now what you're looking for that with that field set, Ila, you're looking to push to make sure that Craig Breathwaite, he looks for that gap at gully now. And that's where the chance of you having a nick off going straight to slip. As we see, he's got a second slip. For me, that's a pretty good field set.
Well bowled, fuller one, looking for the block hole. A delivery that we rarely see these days in Test cricket. But it's always a good thing to have in your arsenal. You can change your field set, but bowl differently, still keeping it straight and aiming for the toes. Quick slip. Good effort of cricket all around. And that will be the end of the 33rd over. 97 for no loss. Played off the pads, and it will go to the leg side. They'll pick up two. Shinge will be continuing from the city end. Mashiga's got a different field set from Tiripano. Walk us through this one, Chris.
With this one, Mashinga has got a deep back point, which I was thinking maybe he's trying to bowl fuller just on off stump, but he's got a few guys also on the leg side, so it's a little bit confusing for me, on the confusing side for me, because I felt like they will need to bowl one side of the wicket. That deep point, you don't need him that much. If you want to bowl full, you can't cut it to that side if it's that full. But oh well, every captain has got his own ploy. Maybe we don't know what Donald and Machine has got for us here.
Maybe it was just to allow the opportunity for Chris to take one and bring Chandapal on strike. As you can see now, they've changed the field for him.
Yeah, that could be very true. Mashinga is another one who bowls quite very well to lefties, because he pushed the ball away from the left-handers, so it could be a good opportunity for him to string a few dot balls to Chandapal. Yeah.
Opens up. That one's played through the covers. And it races away to the boundary. That's a good shot.
Beautiful shot from Chandapol, leaning onto that one and hitting it through the covers. Nobody moves. 4 runs.
Pitched fuller. Nothing off the surface for Mashinge. And it allows Chandapol just to drive it with ease. But I'm sure they'll be encouraged by that. And hoping that he will go after another one and it might just bring the slips into play.
Oh, bang again. It's gone for 4. Mashinga giving so much room outside off stump. And Chandapol says thank you very much. Takes that one straight to the boundary for 4.
A beautiful shot. Much better from the previous one that he had played before that. So 2 consecutive boundaries off Mashinge. Releases the pressure that had been created from the other end by Donald Trivano. With 1 ball remaining, there's been a change in fielding as well. Walked away to the leg side and they'll push for 2 and they get it comfortably. End of the over. 1-0 for loss. Donald Tripano continues from the golf course end. We'll play it and well bowled as well. And I love the fact that with the setup Donny has, he's bringing into play each and every player that he has placed around the bat. And it'll be good. It'll be a good contest between the bowler and the batter. Tickled fine. Goes away for 4.
Yeah, Donald Tirupano got 2 straight on that occasion. But I really love what he's trying to do here. What that he's really looking for. You've got a lot of options. You've got a bold coming into the option here. You've got an LBW. You've got a lot of options to get a wicket here. And he's got those few people around the bat. Changing again the field set. He's got a guy who's going to leg slip there.
Again, looking to bowl straighter, and Craig looking to work it towards the leg side. It'll be a good contest to see how it. That's the beauty of this game, and it's not a test match, but it's a warm-up game leading to the test, the series. But it's always a good contest of bowlers and
in the game all the time. You have to play at each and every ball, as we see Donald Tirupano showing his experience.
well bowled. That is Mashinge, meaning he will be looking to bowl either on off stump or just outside off stump. Pretty much no one, or just the man in mid wicket that's on the leg side and mid on. Chan Bosum's comfortable in driving through the covers.
Looks like a very good player. Still also through the offside. We thought he was very good on the onside, but looks so balanced even when you think that covered drive. It's very good.
Pulled away. Man in mid wicket had it almost half a chance, I'd say, but it just fell short of him, and they managed to get two. They get a work it onto the onside, but well positioned fielders. So the change in filters, they did help something happen. Need to make all the change in filters, they did help something happen. Need to make them stick. Sometimes whenever you're fielded in areas where the ball is not coming, you might not anticipate the ball coming to you that quickly, but at this level you have to. End of the over, 116 for no loss after 36.
Change of bowling from the golf course, and it is Mufudza Tapua, right arm off break. One player who's done quite well in the domestic circuit in the 4 years. We'll be looking forward to this big challenge of the Windies fellas. Straight to the fielder from Craig Breathwaite. Oh, bang! One bounce for 4. Craig Breathwaite taking on Mufudza in his first over. It's not holding back. It's gone for 4. Straight after that 4, we see the middle going back to long on. Oh, he's pulled him back again, just gone 3/4. Good comeback from Tapua. Breathwaite pushes it to the offside single. Good shot for no run there from Chapo. ball by Tapua. That makes the end of the over. West Indies on 121 without loss after 37 overs.
William Mashingi continues from the city end. Now played well. Not looking to hit it hard, but just working it through the point region for a single. A brilliant partnership that is forming up between these two at the center. Craig on 76 and Tenganaraj on the pole on 37. Steadily building a solid partnership. Let's just see a partnership getting past the 100 mark. That's a very good one. I'll definitely be happy with the situation at the moment.
Yeah, very good start by the Windies. Yeah, it's gone past that 100 partnership. Now searching, looking for that 100 partnership, which looks very certain at the moment. Doesn't look like they're shaking, these two. It looks so solid.
Well bowled and well played. Solid front foot punch off the front foot. The thing about Test cricket is that everything as a bowler is built upon having consistency. Try to work it on the one side and pick up a single. Good throw, good running.
Ooh. Very well fielded by the captain Tiripano there. Nearly a run out, and that's something that Zimbabwe will be looking for. If you can't get anything off the wicket, try and search for chances. Try and search for that moment of brilliance where you just one hand pick up and hitting the stumps. That's one thing that, you know, to boost their confidence, because at the moment it doesn't look like they will get anything out of this wicket. Looked like it turned quite a bit for Madere early in the morning, but for Tapua we can't see anything coming out of it.
Let's work their way down to the leg side. They'll link about two, but they can only settle for one. That's a good throw from the deep. As I was saying, that in this format of the game, if you're not getting any movement from the surface, having that constantly hitting the good length and the good area, whereby now you are forcing the batsman to create shots. That's the only way for you to get chance. And also, like you're saying, fielding comes into play when you get those half chances. That's well worked into the gap again for a quick single.
Yeah, when it comes to Terry, it's about who tires first, who gives in first. So at the moment, Zimbabwe 11 will be looking forward to just hitting that spot over and over and make the batters do the mistake. They shouldn't actually get away from the plan that has been set as a team. So as you said it, Eli, it's about how many times you hit that length. Just keep hitting it. Whether there's a lot of movement or there isn't any movement, it's about who tires first. So far, it looks like the Zimbabweans have done it in patches. They've done quite alright, and they've overs where they've let it go away.
Yeah, still surprised. It's still saying it's 28 degrees. I think Freeman needs to check his internet connection here.
The Mfuza to continue once again from the golf course, and he hasn't actually got a lot of purchase out of the wicket.
chance. What would you say? Good running or good effort?
With the effort, they should be anticipating at this moment. We said it early on that guys who tire you, what they're looking to do now, just be aware that these guys would that low moment, that low magic time where you need to just get something out of it, just get a run out. You never know, it changes the whole thing.
And worked away. Craig gets a single easily. Seems he's a good player of spin, Craig Breathwaite. He knows the areas, he knows where the fielders are, and he seems to pick the gaps with ease. Looking to force it off the back foot, but finds a fielder. That's been the story of Chanda Paul throughout the first session. It continues into the second one. Good pace on that one. And end of the over. 126 after 39 overs. And that will run in front of the man and dip backward point, and easily picks up 2. And so it's good to see that a lot of people are watching the action from the various platforms that we're streaming from, the Zimbabwe Cricket YouTube page as well as our Facebook page. Good afternoon to Richmond Mtumbami, who's watching the game. As well as Sean Williams, who's been sending messages to Chris here. And sort of like keeping him entertained in both on his phone and on the game. What have they been saying, Chris?
Quite a lot. Quite a lot is being said, yeah.
Look for a job as a commentator. Or
those are my friends. I know you will not get any good feedback from them. Alright, I just got a message from him, Richmond, saying I think that I'm calling myself Chris Hazeman. I don't know where that is coming from. But oh well, head of day, Hazeman, a great legend there in the game of commentary.
Yeah, well bowled and well played. It's a good cause for these young bowlers who are in the Zimbabwe 11, where if they're playing in the franchises, they would have been happy with the score being at 126 for 5, for 126 for 7. But they're saying that at this level of the game, you work for your wickets. You have to toil for the wickets.
I'm sure that would be a good lesson even for the fielders for the batters, for the Zimbabweans when they come into bat, that you don't just throw it away. You just have to graft, and that's something that we've seen from these West Indies players. They've grafted from the morning, and they're not throwing the bats everywhere. They actually waiting for the bad ball to come, and they're punishing it. So I hope this is a good lesson for our betters as well.
Oh, good effort. That's a good morale booster for the bowler. He almost had that one sneaking it through under the bat. End of the 40th over, 129. Winnerless.
Bonnie to continue from the golf course and cut away to point and a single from Chanderpool.
Tony, a water please. In the cooler.
Would you know which water is turning?
He turns it in. He's an off spinner, but rarely turns it a lot. Just gets a good drift though in the air. That's something that he does very well. And he's got one that goes away. He does very well. He bowls it very, very well. But we'll see, since he's normally done very well when it comes to T20 and one-day games, because of his consistency in four-day cricket, he's been getting quite a few wickets. Sure, that's what the selectors have been looking for. Someone taking wickets. We'll see whether he manages to get this level. As we're talking about this level, it's a higher level.
Just played a little bit shorter, and allowing the Chanderpool to try and cut it. Well bowled and well played.
Getting that one to 10. That's one of the few that I've seen 10ing. Some Fuza. Good to see.
I'd love to see him changing the pace at which he bowls it at, because he's been pretty much bowling it at a very decent pace. But just reduce the revs a bit and see what happens. 41 overs gone, 131 for no loss. Craig Breathwaite on 81.
They're still running in, seeing Mashinga running in hard from the city hand. This will be a good tester for the Zimbabweans. Two solid batters, world-class batters.
He's looked very organised. Chanderpaul. What he's done well is he's made sure he's got the Zimbabwean bowlers to bowl at him. And when they bowled at him, that's when he's been able to score his run. Very disciplined outside the off stump. Left the ball very well. Good judger of the line and the length of the ball. And all those deliveries that he took up, just leaving the ball. He's also just gauging the pace of the wicket, seeing how it's playing. It's just helped him move along nicely this afternoon. 133 for none. Is that his first time back?
Change of bowling from the golf course, and Tanaka Chivanga coming back for his spell. Bowled quite well in his first spell. Very good start again. Top of off stump.
Chivanga. His first spell after the lunch break. Yeah, possesses lots of potential. I'm sure Steve Kirby licks his lips. The new Zimbabwean coach took over at the T20 World Cup in Australia in October. I'm sure he really relishes an opportunity to work with him and improve as much as he can. That's opened the face. We'll run away into the point boundary for 4.
Definitely, I don't mind seeing that, from the bowler getting driven, especially on this wicket. I just heard a few words from the fielders. They asking if it's tailing in, and it's something that will definitely work if they try and reverse that. Like I said early on, BAC doesn't give you a lot of it, but the little that you get, you just have to use it to the best of your ability.
Outside edge. And that hasn't really carried with the...
Tiga there, diving to his left, a tall fella, to take a long way to get down there, but takes it brilliantly.
It's been tough going for the Zimbabwean bowlers. And eventually, that breakthrough. West Indies 137 for 1. Raymond Reefer. Big, tall left-hander. Comfortably behind that one. Saw a really good catch to dismiss Tejnareen Chandapal.
Yeah, very good catch from the tall fella. I'm not so sure if that was going to carry to the first slip, but credit to the keeper.
Other than that, what makes that catch even better is Zimbabwe has no success at all so far. Wow, bowled. Very nice from Trivanga.
We talked about this, using that opportunity when it comes. End of the over, 137 for 1 after 43 overs. Change of bowling from the city end. Mufudze comes in with his off spin again. Flick to the onside for no run. Brother is still going strong.
This brings me to a conversation we had before the lunch break, Chris. I was just finding out your thoughts and your feelings back in your playing days about warm-up matches, in particular the longer version. For me, it was the total opposite for you. I enjoyed so much having an opportunity to bat in foreign conditions, if it was, or a local warm-up match like this one, an opportunity to face the bowlers you might be coming up against in the series. Just help me gauge who I'll be playing against, what they do with the ball in general, especially if it's a player who you haven't come up against before international cricket. I just relished the opportunity to spend as much time as possible in the middle prior to the series. Tsigo appeals. Fostam Twizwa is the square leg umpire. He's not interested.
Yeah, going to that point, for me as a bowler, I really like it. Memories every time I played a warm up in those conditions in Bangladesh. It was never a good one for me, but it really worked when it came to game time. I did quite well in those conditions in India, so I was totally different from you. I was not a fan.
Swept away. Oh, that's a wonderful bit of fielding. Behind square on the leg side boundary. Joylord Gumbi, who often has the wicket-keeping gloves on, does a decent job without them on. 141 for 1. Oh, bald. Good areas. Good length angle across the left hand. It's been good to Reefer. A few delivery opportunity for the outside edge. Again, swell bald. Good from Shivanga. Again, just look at the height that Seeger takes that ball. Probably about 50 centimeters off the ground. So that's just an indication of the lack of pace in this pitch. You've seen Craig Breathwaite in particular have to delay a lot of his strokes because of that. He's done it well. He's maneuvered himself through that first session and difficult period nicely. He's done well to get the body behind that. Seeger, that one not wider from Shivanga. Round the wicket for the last ball. Good skill, right on the money. Kept out quite nicely by Reefer as well. 141. At the end of that fourth over, it's also time for a drink.
Back to the action after drinks break. West Indies 141 for 1. Tapuan Mufudza sorting out his fill set, bowling to the left-hander reefer. Very well bowled.
Gonna be lots of work for the spinners to do here. Surface just hasn't been conducive for the faster bowlers. Didn't see too much swing with the new ball early on. Maybe saw a slight hint of reverse after the lunch break. The pace in the wicket that the seamers would want is not there. So you can expect that in between, and as today progresses in particular, towards that tea break and after tea, will be a lot of the spinners in operation. Played slightly over pitch from Fudza. What I've liked about this is he hasn't tried to beat the leather off it, just timed it. He knows that all he has to do is get it over the head of mid on and mid off. Does that well. First boundary for Reef.
Strong fella, yes, strong fella. Just didn't hit that hard, just timed it. Races away for 4. Tino, you spoke about spinners coming to the party. Anyway, end of the over. It's 148 for 1. Going back to the point of using spinners, I have to bowl quite a lot of overs. Definitely agree with you. We saw Madeira getting a bit of 10 early in the morning. He turns the ball a bit more than Mufudza does. Maybe Mufudza needs to just give it a bit of air to get something out of the wicket. And Chivanga, the only one to get a wicket today from the Zimbabwean bowlers, will continue from the golf course end. Very well bowled by Chivanga.
Better line. Reefer solidly behind that. He's a big, strong lad.
Chivanga trying a bumper there, not getting anything out of the wicket. Just ballooning to the keeper there. Talking about Rifa, I remember he came to Zimbabwe in 2015, and he was more of a bowler, and good to see him coming in here as a number 3. So which means he's quite a lot of good work in their domestic circuit in the West Indies.
Similar story to what we're talking about with Donald Tiripano. Put the work in and you get the numbers. You make it very difficult for the selectors to ignore you. For somebody used to bowl, an extra feather always helps.
That will be the over 149 for 1 after 47 overs. Mafuza to continue. Nicely bowled and well played by Craig Breathwaite.
What a good technique to spin. Of course, these conditions, the most taxing you'll find in terms of having to deal with turn and bounce, but over the years, you've seen he's had a very good technique and approach to playing the spinners.
A very good record he has when it comes to playing spin. We're talking about it with Ila, how he played Nathan Lyon in Australia. As much as other better struggled against him, he made it look so simple. Tries to strip. I don't want to go to the boundary. Oh, just plugs there, doesn't go. Just 2 runs added to the total. That moves Breathwaite to the 90s. That'll be the end of the over once again. 151 for 1 after 48 overs.
flashes outside the off stump. Chivanga this time is getting a lot fuller than he has been. Probably just a bit of width, as opposed to the majority of the balls that he's been angling right into the left hand are more or less in line with the stumps. So not a bad delivery. Something for Reefer to think about outside that stump.
Good to see the big fella running in. It's really hot this afternoon, but he's kept on running in the whole day.
I mean, I look at today's pitch, look at the weather, steaming hot, barely any breeze. Wickets come by. Craig Breathwaite approaching 100. This is why I was a batter in my career, Chris.
I love that, Tito. I really love what I'm hearing from you. Oh, well, when it comes to Test cricket now, that's where you test the character as a bowler. You know, that's where you become a hero, where you become a champion. You say, give that ball to me. No, that's something that I'm seeing from Chivanga here. Yes, it is hot. Yes, it is humid. But he's saying to himself, I'm going to run in here and see what I can get out of this surface.
I know some wouldn't have been saying I want to be now because you wouldn't have wanted the warm-up match, would you? You're happy with the work in the nets?
Don't worry, I'm happy with that. I do trust myself that the low work that I put in there when it comes to game situation, I rise to the occasion.
Really coming out and making a huge effort for Zimbabwe 11 Chivanga. And that's later on today, the session of the day. One of the company for a while, new Zimbabwe bowling coach, just to give us his thoughts on the time that he spent with the team. A couple of opportunities he's had to travel around the country, see other provinces, see other bowlers available. And the structures that he thinks will go forward quite nicely for Zimbabwe in terms of identifying young faster bowlers. It's 151 for 1.
Forza to continue, bowling to Reefer. Very well fielded at mid-wicket. bowled again by Mafuda in that off stump. Just needs to be more consistent on that length.
Well bowled. Good pace. Good areas from Mafudza as well. Very steady bowler, and I think he's quite unfortunate not to have played more representative and national team cricket for Zimbabwe.
Yes, one bowler that I felt has been unlucky not to representation was done quite well in the domestic circuit.
He's got 50 first-class matches, 164 wickets, an average of 28.
End of the over, 152.
Privileged Chesa, playing for the Rocks franchise in the domestic league. Come on for his first over. Now, not the start that Privileged Chesa would have wanted. Full toss, put away for 4.
Definitely not a start he would have wanted. Proper full toss. Gone for 4, right? They deserved.
Breathwaite goes within 4 of yet another first class 100. I'm just looking to flick that slightly over pitch delivery through the onside. Out to the sweeper on the offside. Get just 1 run. Currently has 29 first hundreds. Craig Breathwaite goes with 63 half centuries.
Beautiful numbers, those, Tino.
Privileged, he's the second highest wicket taker in the Logan Cup, which is the Zimbabwe domestic first class competition at the moment. 22 wickets, an average of 24. He's second only to Tapio Mfudza. He's got 26 wickets. So the spinners been successful and leading top wickets in the domestic Logan Cup. Brandon Mafuta in 3rd place. Victor Nyauchi, the only seamer, in the top 5 and 4th, and then Sean Williams His left arm slow in 6th position. $159 for. Right. Inches ever closer to yet another first class 100. 98 and 144 balls. It's well bowled. Very well bowled by Fudza. Round the ball, pitching in an area where Reefer has to play. Look there, like there was a change of turn and a bit of bounce as well. Fudza coming to the end of his 8th over. And for 25 as returns. And then for 25 it'll remain. It's 160 for 1. It looks to me bowling into the golf course end from the city, and Eli's just got a bit of purchase for the slow bowlers. So obviously Madeira to go past the outside edge of Tajnari and Chandapal a few times. Into the outfield. He's going to look for 2 here. There was definitely an opportunity to come back. Settle on the single. So that takes Breathwaite to 99. Oh, great bit of fielding. That is a wonderful bit of fielding by Mfudza. It was a bad ball. He didn't hit it as well as he imagined.
Magnificent piece of fielding, I'd say. And Craig Way on 99. You think he's thinking of that single too?
Oh, definitely. There's plenty of open spaces, so he doesn't even have to. And there it is. It's a quick single to, I think, the captain, Donald Tiripano at mid. And that'll bring up a 30th first class 100 for the captain, Craig Breathwaite. It's been an innings of resolve, exemplary in the manner in which he's gone about the innings. This is what you want in a warm-up game. In the middle, getting to gauge the local conditions early. Certainly gets you streets ahead of the rest, ahead of the actual series. And just to remind you, that series is 2 test matches. They'll be played here in Bulawayo, but at the Queen's Sports Club. First test from the 4th to 8th of January, the second from the 12th to 16th. About 163 for 1. .53 overs bowled on day 1 of this tour warm-up match between the West Indies and the Zimbabwe 11. West Indies captain in the last overs just got to 100, Craig Breathwaite. 140 some balls. I was letting you know the dates of the test series. Correction, I said the 4th to the 8th and 12th to the 16th of January. It's actually February, of course. That'll be at the Queen's Sports Club here in Bulawayo. In the meantime, Mfudza continues.
Attempted sweep shot. But they'll get 1. And Craig Breathwaite has had a beautifully constructed innings. Started off. He has picked up momentum, shows the class and the form that he's in coming into this 2 test match series that Tino is talking about. So if you're looking for cricket action, the place to be will be Queen's, and you get to see some of these magnificent players in action. At the moment, they're just warming up towards the game, giving Zimbabwean youngsters a chance to play against some of the best players in the world. A good learning experience for the likes of Mfudza, and as well as privilege chaser to play against such players. I just want to ask, who took the wicket off Chandapal?
It was Tanaka, thick outside edge. Tafazu Tsiga dive away to his left. It was a good catch.
You could catch. Just a story behind that. I was talking to Chris. He was in the nets with Chivanga yesterday, and Chivanga said the one wicket he looks forward to getting is the one of Craig. And look at that. He picked it up. So you need to dream it, act on it, and you can achieve it. That's what Chivanga did. chaser from the Gulf Coast end. Good ball, huge appeal, but the umpire not even interested in that one. There's a fisherman amongst the commentators who said it'll rain tomorrow on a Sunday. Still yet to see the clouds build up. He was talking about the breeze coming in.
Good day, guys.
It's saying
Do you guys have any power?
chance of a catch there. Man, it's silly point. And we have two chances that I've seen so far coming in this match. One was at mid wicket, went through the fingers. Chris called it. And this one, just a late reaction from the fielder. Raymond Riffer after facing 46 deliveries. Hit a magnificent early on when he came in, but at the moment it's the captain leading from the front. Plays it with ease to the man at off. End of the over, 167-1. Tapion Fudza continues from the city end. He's been bowling it at a decent pace. But Tino would be quick to highlight that your greens as a spinner need also to show some level of consistency, and you show your variation in pace as well if you're not getting any purchase from the surface. Something that these youngsters would need to learn quickly and be able to input it into their arsenal. I enjoyed the story to know that you were talking to Chris about Raymond Riffer, a man who came through the ranks as a bowler, but now he seems to be converting himself into a batsman. How does that go about? How do you go about changing your mindset to saying, I am going to be a top order batsman when you're a bowler?
big appeal. Umpire Chris P, not interested? Well, certainly the talent and the ability to do both would have been there from the beginning. It's just a case, I reckon, of putting in some extra hours and really saying to yourself, well, I believe I can add more to myself and be of more value. Make it more difficult for the selectors to leave me out if I add an extra feather to my cap. But he's certainly done well for himself. He's worked hard and he's become a very dependable top order batsman. We'll pick up on that conversation in the next over. It's 168 for 1. That's freebie. It's going to be 4 runs. He's really struggled so far today. Privileged Chester to get his line and his lengths right. Batsman who's batted as long and as well as Craig Breathwaite will feed off delivery like this with ease.
It's too short. And with the experience that Craig has, easily paddles that one away. Change of field set. Leg slip coming into play.
Yeah, so just back to your question. I think it's a lot of dedication. It's a lot of hard work. That if you make yourself into an all-rounder, then you've got 2 responsibilities in the team. The team is expecting a lot more out of you in the air. And the fielders seem to think the catch has been completed by Foster Mtizwa. We'll just walk across and have a discussion with his fellow umpire. And the decision given is not out. Together.
Well bowled and well played. End of the 57th, 174 for 1. Mufudza continues from the city end. Oh, just worked to the leg side and they pick up a single. Tina, as a player who played at the highest level and test match energy around the field, how big a part does it play in you rallying up your troops or rallying up your teammates and looking for that breakthrough in situations like this?
Well, energy is a huge contributor, particularly from the wicket keeper. Sees a lot of the action from behind the stumps, and one of the roles of the keeper is to make sure that get the team through the overs quickly, G up the bowlers, help the captain with what they're seeing. Is there any movement, if any, at all? But you do go through stages in Test match cricket where it's a complete lull. It shouldn't be, but it's a long day's play. It's a long 5 days play, so you can expect that to happen. And not always easy to be able to pick yourselves up.
Yeah, because energy does play an important, because from the energy that you exhibit, you can create situations that work in your favor. It's paddled away for a single. End of the 58th. Now power shot. And that's belted away for 4. And Raymond Refer just loosening the shackles. And has the arms and the power to hit them to the boundary. And he shows that they've been bogged down for quite a while, but just releasing the pressure there with that boundary. And it's sort of like tames the Zimbabwe 11 to quiet up in the field.
Again, privileged chess that just too inconsistent. Coming on as a spinner, you're looking to pull as many dots as you can, build some pressure, allow the seam bowlers to get some rest. And that's a good ball, but we haven't seen enough of those continuously. From the young bowler, of course, Shouts of catch it. In the end, struck too firmly past Makoni. Tanunurwa at catching square leg.
Good fielding by Wesley, but not able to direct his throw. Trying to throw on the dive and aiming it at the stumps. Now worked away from another single. The West Indies keeper has been finding these gaps with ease. To know, how would you best describe Craig as a batter? Because his technique is not the textbook style of batting, but he's got a good shape, good form, and
he definitely has the grit and determination that's required to succeed at this level, and that's why he succeeded. As well as with the extra baggage of being the captain, and there were concerns about whether he would be able to manage that. He's shown that he's more than capable. I was talking about the technique. You'll find a lot of international cricketers now probably don't have the best techniques to get themselves by, but they know how to work around what they need to. Steve Smith, machine. Was this technique possibly one that you'll teach to a youngster who's starting to play cricket? I don't think so. But he's realized his limitation of the manner in which he plays, and he's learned to know how he scores and where he scores because of that, and against which type of bowlers. It's 191. Probably ought to be the last over before the tea break. Opens the face. Get a couple out to the cover boundary. Raymond Reefer was just probably in the last couple of overs. Just started to pick up a rate.
Big shots, but umpire for some tees are not interested in that one. Just coming off the thigh pad. A conversation that will continue after the tea break about batting techniques that we're seeing in these days. This just works around. Pick up a single. Raymond Reefer. Man's transforming himself into a top order batsman, and from the looks of it and the technique that he's shown so far, seems like he's been batting like that for a while. You'd say he's been a top order batsman his whole career, but it's something that we've seen that you can acquire the necessary skills. Through the covers for Craig for another single. You can acquire the skills if the talent is there. I quote Timo.
I agree with you, Eli.
Because we've seen many who want and who desire to be at the top, but the skills.
That's nicely bowled. A little bit of drift away from the left-hander. And straightening after pitching. That's the kind of delivery he wants. Good pace. Landed in a good area. So 61 overs gone. It will be T called by umpire Fontizwa. It's been a nice little post-lunch session for the West Indies. 195 1. Craig Breathwaite, the captain, on 116 from 170 balls. His 30th first century. Raymond Reefer, 22 and just 64 balls. Partnership looking good. 58. Just the 1 wicket to fall. That of Taznareen Chanderpaul, caught by the wicket keeper Tsiga, and bowled by Tanaka Chivanga. So all in all, another good performance by the West Indies batsmen in that session. And they'll go and enjoy some tea firmly on top. Don't go away. Join us in about 15 minutes time for the final session here on day one at the
Welcome back to the last session of the day on day one of this warm-up game between Zimbabwe and the West Indies. Zimbabwe 11 to be precise. And Wesley Madera is greeted with 2 runs to the crease as he returns into action, bowling from the city end. Action as it continues into the last session of the day. Craig Breathwaite retires at 1:16, and we see the introduction of Mabona, who comes to the crease, and he'll be partnering with Raymond Rafa. So the skipper saying, "I've had enough of a warm. Let me give others a chance as well to acclimatize to the situation." And he retires after having scored a century, magnificent century, scored in good time. Chris?
Yeah. It again, seeing Bona coming into the crease after the captain retired after a brilliant 100. Bona, another one, will be looking forward to scoring runs, do that well in Australia, so you'll be looking forward to this warm-up to get himself ready for these 2 test matches that are coming up in Bulawayo. And Rifa looking good on the other end.
A big shout. Wesley strikes. And a short stay at the crease for Nkuruma Mabona, who departs on 2. Is not happy with that decision, but umpire Chris Perry says that's out. So Zim 11 striking the wicket, and that is just before the West Indies has reached the mark of 200. So it's 199 for 2 in the first over after tea. So the fall of that wicket, the new batsman comes to the crease. That's Jermaine Blackwood. Seasoned campaigner for the West Indies. And almost plays it into the man that's at square. Square leg catching. Catching square. Anyway,
Like catching square.
end of the over after 62 overs, 190.
Looks like Zimbabwe is going to continue with the spinners both ends, as we see Privilege Chaser still going. Had a few chances just before tea, one that wasn't given out. Joe in the commentary box, we felt it was out, but oh well. The umpires have got the final decision, they see it clear, are they? Refa looking so good, solid as ever.
It'll be interesting to see how Rafa will choose to play. Oh, letting that one go leg side. So Chaser getting a bit of turn. It's too short. It'll go down leg side. Rafa chooses not to pull it away.
It'll be it.
Oh, well played and a good attempt. Well bowled. Bowled him. Chaser strikes. Raymond Rafa looking to put, but it goes between the gap of bat and pad, and Chaser strikes, and Raymond Rafa departs for a hard work 423. Good turn.
Good to see the spinners coming into the party. As we said, spinners both ends. Looks like they're getting something out of this wicket, as the sun has bagged the wicket quite a bit now. They're getting something out of it. So good to see Chase up and getting it to turn and rip.
That one knocked out the off stump. He was turning it from the middle stump down leg side in the first 3 balls of the over. Then he just decided to pitch it outside off stump, and it sharply came through and going through that gap between bat and pad. So good work by the Zimbabwean spinners. In the West Indies, they lose 2 wickets, still on the 199 mark. Zimbabwean spinners picking up wickets in consecutive overs. Wesley Madere had picked up a wicket in the initial over to this one, and the Privilege Chaser's 4th delivery of the over, he picks up a wicket. It just adds to the good work that he's been doing. He's bowled well, 6.5 overs, and he had gone for only 29 runs, and now he adds a wicket into his wickets column. A very important thing to do. A new batter at the crease, and that'll be Carl Mayers, who comes through.
This is going to be interesting, Eli. Carl Mayers, attacking player. He just came from South Africa. He's been playing the T20, the SA20.
193 for 3 for the West Indies. Wesley Madeveri continues from the city end. He gives the ball a decent amount of flight, and sometimes it might just deceive you in terms of where it's going to pitch. So two new batters at the crease, and that is Jermaine Blackwood, who came into action into the previous over, and now Carl Mayers in the last over that we just played. So the wind is under a bit of pressure in these two preceding overs. Good stuff from the Zimbabwean spinners. And this is always an important period of time for both teams. That one coming on quicker onto Jermaine Blackwood. He was looking to play back foot, and it almost came onto the stumps.
Yeah, Jermaine looking for that gap at point where there's no one there, nearly chopping it on.
Good stuff from Wesley. After 64 overs, 199 for 3. As Carl Mayers, the man who's on strike. An aggressive batter, like Chris said. And he loves the ball coming onto the bat. Something that he would need to be aware of this pitch at BAC. You play with the pitch. You don't fight it. Oh, that one just ripping off the surface. And Carl is not interested in bye. He wants to face Chaser. Good contest that we seem to have here on the cards. It's pitched short and pulled away, and that'll be 4. It's too short. That lack of inconsistency that we're talking about from a privileged chaser sees himself being punished by Carl Mayers. You pitch it short to this man, and you will go. It's too full. Play it off the offside. That's another boundary. That's 4 more.
As you have said it, Eli, that consistency will be the key here. Just pitch the short one, pull for 4, and then the next one is the full ball. He just needs to probe on that length because his turning, his wicket is giving him something this afternoon, so he has to pitch it. Just make sure that you use the wicket as much as you can. Something that Privilege hasn't done more often, more consistent.
Yeah, you need to pitch it and give yourself that good length to bowl from. Don't make it too easy for the batter. Bit better, but that was short as well. But a little bit of pace on it. marks the end of the 65th over. West Indies past 200. It's now 207 for the loss of 3.
Oh, very well balled from Wesley. He's been bowling very well after tea. He's found his rhythm. He's found his length. He turns the ball more than people think. The Windies need to build once again. We've got two new batters at the crease. They need to restart and reconstruct again. Beautiful shot from Jermaine. Flicks it to deep square leg for 1. It brings Kyle Mayers to strike. This will be a good contest. 1 turning away from Kyle Mayers, who loves to play his shots, and as we see, Madeira has been turning the ball, has been bowling very well so far.
Yeah, definitely a good contest that way to see between Wesley and Kyle. Kyle Mayers has got quite a number of first-class matches under his belt. 47 first-class matches. The highest score of 210. It's 414 half centuries to his name. It's 2-4. Let's play through the covers. And I'd run away for 4.
As we talked about it, Eli, that he will definitely play his shots, as we see him running down the track and just smashing that through the covers for 4. Beautiful play.
Well, you need to get your line and length in check against this man. It's too short, and that's pulled away. And that's the first maximum of today. And actually, that's given us 4 runs by the umpire.
As we said, this fella will play his shots. He will not hold back. He will definitely play his shots. The bowlers need to be right on the money all the time, and not be changed by how he bowls, how he bats. Just keep hitting that length.
Again, that's full. But he decides to play it on to mid-on. End of the over. 216 for 3. 217 for 3. That's played straight. Shouts of catch it, but a run away for 4. Some sort of consistency in pitching in a good length, but not too full like that. Back-to-back boundaries for Jermaine Blackwood.
Once again, as we've said about privileged chaser, bowls one short, one pulled away for 4, and then the next one he tries to compensate and bowls it very full and is punished again for 4. He just needs to work on his consistency in terms of hitting that line in length over and over. I know he's a wrist spinner, it can be a little bit hard to control it, but at this level you have to be more than that consistently.
Much better, but it's still a bit short, allowing Jermaine Blackwood to punch it off the back foot. Worked away to the leg side. You see the ploy by the 2 batters to work the bowlers to the boundary, and that sort of gets them off their line. End of the over, 225 for 3 after 67. Wesley continues from the city end, and again Jermaine Blackwood choosing to play it off the back foot. You need to be sure of that shot, especially if you're going to be standing. Run out chance. Good running.
Easily home, he's calm it, mate. That's the length and that's the line and the pace that you need on this wicket. Definitely you get something out of it. Sloping a little bit, getting a bit of revs out of that. Chairman, another player who played his shots, Eli, he will not hold back.
Definitely he does.
Trying to cut that one. As we said, he's looking to get that gap at point, but still not finding it. End of the over, 227 for 3 after 68 overs.
Change of bowler from the golf course end. Milton Shumba comes into the attack for the Zimbabwe 11. Left arm orthodox spinner. So you'll be looking to turn it away from, or turn it into the left-hander, that is Carl Mayers. He'll be coming over the wicket. This piece is just sought and that's played into the leg side. They pick up a single. So there's that left hand and right hand combination. As a spinner, you also need to adjust your lines and length accordingly to the type of player who's at the crease, and also your field needs to change. There's a little bit of edginess amongst all the players on the field. The batters are trying to set themselves. Meanwhile, the bowlers trying to capitalize on the two new batters at the crease. That's full, driven through the covers. That's a good shot.
Once again, hitting that good length is Milton. Just needs to be more consistent on that. That's been the story for Zimbabwean bowlers on this day. They've bowled, yes, they've bowled very well, but they haven't been consistent as much as they want.
Again, it's a bit short, allowing Jermaine Blackwood on the back foot. Allowing Jermaine Blackwood on the back foot. End of the over. 232 for 3 after 69. Wesley continuing from the city end. Now, but he really looked as if he was ready to hit it out of the park. Well bowled. Seems to really grip the bat, quite chokes it rather. That's Carl Mayers. Plays a lot with the use of the bottom hand. When we recently seems like hold it as comfortably as you can. Down the track, they will play this one straight up, and it will run away for 4. Good shot.
As we have said, that this fella will play his shots. He will not hold back. As we're seeing him, he keeps going. He's not going to hold back.
That's a magnificent shot. Dancing down the track, Carl Mayers, and playing it straight. Both fielders at mid on and mid off could not cut it. Good shot. Short. Played off the back foot into the covers. There's a sweeper. He will clean up. One thing that you'll note about Carl Mayers, whether it be it ODI or Test, he plays in the same mode, pretty much like what Quinton de Kock does. How does that work? How long do you think you can go on for that, or you just blast as many as you can?
The good thing about him, what he does well, is that he does respect those good balls. Even when he's blocking, he's sending a statement. But when the bad ball comes, he definitely punishes it. And that can send a statement to a bowler of ending up actually missing your length. That's something that I think he does very well. And the likes of Queenie Deacock, what they do, they make sure that the bad ball, when it comes, they punish it. And then those good balls, they're always looking to score. But they're not slogging. That's one thing that I've seen with them. End of the over, 239 for 3 after 70 overs.
Milton Shumba, and plays it well as well. That's Carl Mayers. He's got a very different batting technique. He's an imposing figure at the crease. He shows that he's here for business. And one of his trademark shots that he plays well is that back foot punch. Again, just opening the face of the blade. And it'll run just behind backward point. Jermaine Blackwood on strike. Not the tallest of the players on the park, but he's a very busy batter. Tends to sell himself short at times, but plays his shorts. Like as I was saying, he does sell himself short. He loves to play his shorts, and that one picked up at mid-on by Tanaka Chivanga.
Many a times I've seen him coming out same way in terms of spinners trying to look to go over the top, but sometimes it doesn't work out as we see him walking back to the changing room.
Yeah, departs for 17. And he had given himself a good start. But however, he departs. Milton Shumba strikes. 240 for 4 is the West Indies. Right, one ball left. That sees the new batter. That is Devon Thomas. Comes to the crease. And he'll need to face the last delivery of the over from Milton Shumba after the departure of Jermaine Blackwood. played respectfully. End of the over. After 71 overs, 240 for 4.
When he faced him, so this will be quite interesting. Yes, he's an off spinner, turning into him, which makes it a little bit easier, but with how he's bowled today, he looks like a threat more than all the spinners that I've seen today.
It's well bowled and well played. Devon Thomas is fairly new to the crew. He'll need to give himself some time to have a look at the ball and just assess the conditions.
Devon, another player who's come back to the system after a long time. To the system after a long time. It's good to see him back.
Definitely an experienced player. 102 first-class matches under his belt, but just averages under 30. Has a high score of 172. And catching, a bit of miscommunication. A brilliant spell so far from the Zimbabwean spinners, and after 72nd over, 241 for 4.
Milton to continue from the golf course and just got a wicket the last over that he bowled to Blackwood, showing how much it pays off just being consistent, hitting the same area. You could see that shot just came out of nowhere, but it was always building up that he was going to play a big shot. He's been bogged down for quite a few balls and a few overs.
Smashed away through the covers. Hit cleanly. Milton offering Devon room outside the off. And again, some room. Just some uneven bounce for the man at point. But a good fielding effort, putting your body behind the ball, that's what's important. Now has been told to go back a bit because the left-hander is now at the crease, the big Carl Mayers. Change in fielding positions. Kalma as an imposing figure and played well. Back foot punch for 4. Magnificent shot.
Eli, you've been talking about that back foot drive. He brings it out. Yes, it's a spinner, but he brings it out. He cuts it well. Nobody moves. That races away for 4.
Everybody's quiet on the field. They I would say that the quietness is an appreciation of the shot. It was beautifully played. And it shows you that Kyle is a man serious about his business. And tugs it away down to the leg side and gets off strike. Good cricket. It's always important to see a player that has the ability that Kyle possesses to be attacking, but possesses the intelligence to know when to play the big shots and when to get off strike and change over and still remain in control of the situation. And that's what Kyle is doing at the moment, allowing his partner Devin Thomas to face as little of the balls much in order to get himself in. Wesley continues from the city end. A lot of action has been seen in this last session of the day. Quite a number of wickets that have fallen, 3 to be exact. And also quite a number of runs that have been scored as well. Good use of the feet. Charge for the single. Onto the stumps, but batsman was well home.
As you said about Kyle Mayers, yes, he will play big shots, but he will still run very well through the wicket. That makes it very hard for a bowler. After being hit for a 4, then he just nudges one to mid-on, takes a good single. So it's a little bit hard for a bowler to set up a batsman like him. He keeps you on the toes.
Well bowled. Good comeback from Wesley. It's good to see the Zimbabwe 11 a little bit alive in this third session of the game. They've been too quiet in the first one pretty much, and fairly alive in this one, and that's because they've picked up 3 wickets, so sort of have their tails up a bit, and they'll be happy with the progress that they have done to make inroads into the West Indies. Well, apart from Kyle Mayers, they have had good chances against every other batter that they have bowled to. Good change in pace from Wesley. Confident young man in his bowling. Change of bowling angle, coming around and driven. Shot. Well played by Devin Thomas. Given room outside the off stump by the change of angle, and he obliges, picks up 4 runs.
Yeah, Wesley changing the angle and changing the fortune. That races away for 4. I'm sure you'll be wishing that he should have stayed over.
Well, it had been a good over there. Had only a single from it, but now 5 from it. Some of those decisions that at times are necessary. You might change your angle, but also try and change your field set. But end of the 74th, 257 for 4. Played with power. That's Kyle Mayers, and it's a good contest here.
Very good one. Milton Shumba turning into him, man. But I'm sure he's not going to toss a lot to him.
Much better. I would love to see more of this from Milton, where he plays around with the pace of his bowling. And shouldn't push it too hard, but also don't give away by making it too slow, but just enough to make the batter think twice. That left armers, if you just reduce the pace, you get more revs on it. You give it enough time to grip and turn. Much better, but it's too full, and that's driven away. That's 4. No, there's a fielder. Sweeper cleans up, but they pick up 2.
Devon getting into his work pretty well so far.
Much better. Well bowled. And that's the over. 260 for 4. Now Carl dances down the wicket, but it's well fielded at mid-on. And that's Machine Gear putting his body behind the ball. Might have a few bruises, but he saves the one. That's too short. Opens the face of the bat on the back foot. Picks up a single. This is a good contest for the young Zimbabwean 11, because you've had a period of time where you were on top. Now there are 2 new batters who are looking to set themselves into the game. So it'll be important in terms of how they play it, how they keep that advantage that they've had. And they need to work on it with such situations where you're playing around with the pace and trying to make the ball turn, your fielding positions, and how the field responds to shots where people are throwing themselves around the field. Big one. It's in the air. It'll run towards the boundary. There's a chance to save it, but 4 runs.
A very good shot from Devon, dancing down the wicket. One thing that he will do, he will use his feet quite often. And that's something that these 2 do very well. He will not be shy. If you toss it up, he will definitely run down. It's a very good shot from him. But as Wesley, I wouldn't be really disappointed with that.
Again, use of the feet, and picks up a single. That's rotating the strike. You've got a boundary. You play for a single to get off strike. That's good cricket. But yeah, like you're saying, if you're Wesley, you wouldn't be disappointed with that shot, because it did hold up in the air a bit. It was just away from the fielder, but it could have gotten under it. It did come to him. So you're making the batters think. They're working for their runs. So that's a good thing. Well bowled and well fielded from the bowler. That's end of the 76th over. 266 for 4. Election continuing from the golf course end. Milton Shumba picked up a wicket and will be looking to try and get another one, but it's a good contest between Devon Thomas and Milton Shumba. Squeezes it into the gap and picks up a single. I like the play that is there at the moment. The batters that are at the crease, they seem to be pretty much determined to play their shots, but some of them are not really that convincing, so they're giving the bowlers the chance to get them out. So that's why the Zimbabwean fielders are pretty much excited all this time, because they can sense a chance at any point in time. Well bowled. Chris, you've bowled off spinners in the local leagues. I've seen you quite a number of times. Shot. Well played. Waited for it. And he played it beautifully on the back foot. It's 4 runs.
Yeah, coming to that point of me bowling spin. Oh, well, I do that a lot in second league. As the age is not allowing me to bowl too many, bowl a lot of fast bowling. I reserve that for T20s and one-day stuff, local, and other games that I get around the world. So I make sure that I keep it safe.
So you only have energy for the top stuff, the top paying stuff. Good use of the feet and picks up a single. See, this is the thing that I was telling you about. These two batters, they are a rotating strike. The minute he gets a boundary, the next one he's looking to get off strike. And that one marks the end of the over. 277 for 4. Players going for drinks. We'll just have a look at the scorecard. Craig Breathwaite, the captain, he retired on 116, but Tigran Chandapol went out for 46. Raymond Rafer gone for 23. Nkrumah Bona didn't stay long, was out for 3. Then Jermaine Blackwood, it seemed to be working himself in for 17, but was caught at mid-on. And at the moment, it's Carl Mayers and Devon Thomas who had the Chris. And the score is 272 for the loss of 4 wickets, but it's actually just 3 because Craig decided to give his other shortly after the drinks break. Back to the action after the drinks break. 277 for 4 is where the West Indies find themselves in the first day of this warm-up game. Just in preparation of the 2 test matches that will be played at Queen's, right here in the city of Kings, Gobulawayo, at Queen's Sports Club. Mufudza continues. In the air for a bet there. But I'd say Felder is standing in a good position. You wouldn't be wanting to be too close to Carl Mayers' bat. Again, punched off the back foot. Tapio Mufudza has been good in the 12 overs that he has bowled. He's just needs to get something in that wickets column. Now well bowled. He needs to continue to bring the bat to the front foot, because that gives you a lot to play with. You can play with the LBW, you can play with the edge, but not on the back foot, especially to this man. He will play you, and he'll play well, and it will almost get to the boundary, but he'll save 1 and they'll run 3.
Very good shot from Carl Mayers there, rocking onto the back foot and punching it. It's past point. One thing I felt like Mufudza should do, we saw Wesley getting a lot of 10 because he gave the ball a chance to spin. He actually tossed it up just a bit. I feel Mufudza is ball just a touch quicker, and on this wicket at BAC, if you bowl it a bit quicker like this, you will not get a lot of 10 out of it, so that makes it very easy for the batters to just score back and punch it.
Interesting. I'd love to see the bats that Carl Mayers uses. Seems to have quite a bit on it. Well, in fact, all West Indian batters, they have got quite interesting gear. No. Devon works it to the leg side, picks up a single. Man also in the commentary box has got quite a couple of interesting bats to his name. And I love the names that he has given them. One is called Vladimir, and the other one is called Putin. What's the story behind the names, Chris?
It's one of those things that, you know, when you talk about Vladimir, he's quite an aggressive person. So I had to call one of my bets. Eli, you know that. But yes, I'm a bowler, but when it comes to slugging a few out of the park, you got the right man to teach you that. So yeah, I had to give them a few names. So yeah, it's a pity that Vladimir has gone to the cleaners. He's finally rested. Yeah, so I'll be looking forward. I've got my brother here from Windies who normally gives me those bets, and he's back at home. So I'm definitely gonna be looking forward to getting another piece from him, if not 1 or 2. So yeah, I've always had been one of the lucky guys. I've got my good friend Jason, who's always been kind to me in terms of giving me those bets. I think all the time he comes to Zimbabwe, he's always given me 1 or 2 beasts. So it's another good time again to get one to use for club games.
Fantastic. It's always good to have relations across borders and experience some of the finer things that other people get to use. Milton Shumba continues from the golf course end with Devon Thomas on strike. It's played well. Firm punch off the back foot. Goes big, but doesn't fully get it. And good use of the pace by Milton. That's what will be key. That's what will be key with these ones. Just keep playing with the pace. An attacking field that Milton has. Get a single. Would you say that this is a good position to be in, having 277 runs on the board and just having lost 4 wickets so far?
With how it started, I feel like I'll be the happier one on the Zimbabwean camp. No, after the tea break, getting 3 wickets, I felt like it really hit their areas more consistently. As you look at the score, yes, it's 278. But credit to the Zim bowlers, they've been persisting on that length, which I know they could have done even much better. But I'll still be happy in this position as the Zimbabwean bowlers.
It's played well by Devon, just working it onto the leg side. There's a man out in the deep backward square, and that'll bring an end to the 70 vote. So it's 279 for 4 after 79 overs. As Tapiwa Mufudza continues from the city end. He's been growing in confidence in this game in terms of how he's been played. He's a bit tentative at the start, but as we edge towards the end of the day, he's very confident. Using his pace wisely, and playing around with it. And that gives him a chance to pick up a wicket. That's the quicker one. And it's worked away to the leg side. And pick up a single. And the way that Zimbabwe has played is that they have not allowed West Indians to beat them into a cocoon to try and shell themselves. They keep on attacking, and they're improving in the areas that they're bowling in, and that's good. Good ball, but also equally well played. And that's the 80th over, and there's a change in the commentary box. And Tino Maoyo has got a guest that will be bringing on.
Thanks, Eli and Chris, for your thoughts over the last hour or so. 81 for 4. West Indies. It's actually for 3, of course, the captain retiring. Man, it's looking good. 43 and that's 45. Nice confident stroke. Right, so we've advertised all afternoon that we're going to have a special guest with us. 22 years as a professional cricketer, 18 of those as a county cricketer. Spent time with Leicester, Yorkshire, Gloucester. Ended his first-class career at Somerset. Head coach of the MCC for 3 years. and went on to be the bowling coach at Derbyshire, and then Somerset for 3 years at the last stage before he came on to be the bowling coach of Zimbabwe. Steve Kirby, good afternoon, very much. Thank you for your time.
Oh, thank you for inviting me in, Tino. It's brilliant to be here. It really is. It's amazing actually to be able to sit down and to you and also to some amazing fans.
Again, nice positive stroke from West Indian batters who haven't really been afraid to just express themselves, use their feet, get to the pitch of the ball, not much turn on day one here at BAC.
No, they've really played quite nicely. You know, this partnership in particular has been one of which that they've really added some impetus to the West Indies innings. A little bit frustrating because I've been really impressed with the way that we've toiled on what has been quite a docile surface. And I've been particularly impressed with the control that we'd held for quite a stage of the game, but they have seemed to slightly get away from us here, and I think this next stage with potentially the new ball could be quite crucial for the end of the day.
Yeah, we'll talk a bit more into tactics as we can see 81 overs gone. It's 283 for 3 on the board. Let's talk more about you, Steve, the cricketer that you were, and the transition of being a first-class cricketer into a coach.
Oh wow! Well, I'm feel firstly, number one, it's a lot easier as a coach than it was as a player. You know, you've never bowled a bad ball ever as a coach.
Yeah.
In comes, Bones comes in and bowls nicely. They've just played that nicely off the back foot there. But yeah, no, I mean, as a coach, I'm just loving being a coach. I have a philosophy in my coaching, which is they won't remember everything we say or all of what we do, but they'll always remember how I've made them feel. And I've always remembered the best coaches that I ever worked with made me feel really good. And that's like really does shape my whole philosophy really. Not only to make your players feel good, the game's a tough game as you know, but as long as they know you care about them and they know you've got their back, then you gain trust, and if you gain trust, then you can challenge. So yeah, I find that the transition from playing to coaching has been hugely rewarding. Yeah. Ooh, a little bit short there, playing quite nicely to his cut shot. He's played beautifully off the back foot, pretty much all the way throughout this inning. It's been quite a signature shot of his. He's going to be quite a dangerous player for us to work out over these forthcoming test matches.
Yeah, it looks like the pitch that just with the bit of slowness that's in it, you sit back, then it's a lot easier to be able to manoeuvre the ball around, play your strokes off the back foot. So
he's quite a dominant sort of attacking player. He is quite back foot orientated and waits for you to try and bowl that full ball, doesn't he? But you're right, I think he's played the surface very nicely. And has actually played our spinners particularly well. He's going to be a challenge for us to catch, I believe.
Well, that's the bonus of having warm-up games. You get to see them before and you get to tweak any ideas that you may need ahead of those 10 matches.
Yeah.
We've talked a bit about the transition from player into coaching. Is coaching something that you've always wanted to do? Is that a decision you made as a player, or is that something that came about, at the end of a long, illustrious first-class career and you thought, okay, what do I do now?
It's a good call because I didn't know what I was going to do. I always loved coaching. I always loved coaching whilst I was still playing. I'd done quite a bit of work across multiple different age groups, right down from grassroots all the way through. And I believe as a coach, you must do that. You must go all the way through the age groups. And because for me, that's what teaches you coaching, understanding certain situations, different places. And it's about problem solving. And then able to get your message in the best way you can for that player. That's well bowled again. He's varied his pace really nicely. I've been impressed with the way he's sort of settled into a spell. He started a little bit nervously, didn't he, Bones? But he's come back really nicely. Be interesting to see what we're actually going to do now. I was hoping we're going to take that new ball. TK's come off and Carl Mumba's coming on. I'm hoping that's just to change his boots so he can come back on and have one of those fiery spells. He's been particularly good today, I thought, TK. It's been hard, hasn't it? On the surface, it's been pretty docile and not shown a great deal for the seamers. I thought he bowled with great control and good venom. He looked quite an attacking threat.
Certain stage, is this the situation where you would have liked to see the faster bowlers coming back on with the new ball and try and get a couple of wickets at the end of the day?
I think so, and I think what we've got to try and do, we've always got to be looking. One of our philosophies, which is something particularly Dave Houghton, who I've spent a fair bit of time with, we talk a lot about how we can stop the opposition from scoring, whether that's in white ball cricket or in cricket. Oh, what bowled! It's a beautiful piece of bowling. I love it when he gets his line right just outside off stump. He's bringing both the LBW bowled and also potential slip into the game. I like it when he gets that attacking line outside off stump. But yeah, going back to that point, we are all about trying to stop the opposition from scoring, and when we do that, we build pressure. Got ball strings, and I think we've done pretty well today. We've got, I think, up to about 16 or 18 dot. Now the best I've ever seen is 72.
Wow.
72.
Now, where was this and when?
So that was England versus Australia in the last Ashes series, and I'm afraid it was Australia absolutely toiling with England, but they were amazing. And it's the pressure that you build. Now, granted, the surfaces really does dictate we can build that pressure, but there's multiple different build pressure, isn't there? Especially on a surface like this, which actually, when you bowl quite straight and bowl that good length, it's not been that easy to score. So he's cut that really, really nicely out there. And I don't think, if we're completely honest today, we've been able to build those dot ball strings that we desperately need to do, because this side are an attacking side. They want to score runs, and if we can keep them quiet for a period. Really excited. I've been able to sort of see a few of the under-19 lads that have been coming through. I'm going to try and mention some names here, but I'm terrible with names, so please forgive me. But Phil Howe, the guy from the Eagles, really excites
in
me.
The last under-19 World Cup.
Yeah, really does excite me.
Alex's name.
Yeah, if I got the name right here, I might have Mashingo. He's a left-arm seamer.
Right.
And again, if I've not got Mash, I call him. But he's been really excited with. And then we went out to Matari, working with...
it's got to be the most beautiful city you've been in
amazing.
So far, right?
Absolutely stunning. I was blown away. What do they call that place, that pass as you come down through Christmas?
Christmas Pass.
Christmas Pass,
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah.
And I got an opportunity then to come and do some work with the young mountaineers. There's a young lad called Fortune. Forgive me, I don't have his second name.
Not a problem.
But Fortune, he has been a really exciting bowler. Made his debut this year as well. And perhaps is a brilliant bowling coach, along with Dougie. And a few of the other guys, and it's one of perhaps his prodigies, you know. And that's my other job as well, is to help bring on some of the coaches here in Zimbabwe, because as much as I'm a bowling coach in the national lead, I'm only as good as the other bowling coaches we've got here in the country. And I've been really excited. We did a level 3 coaching course with Dave Houghton over at Peterhouse School, and we got about 30 down there. And so it's just about making sure we've got the right coaches in the right places, because, you know, it's we've got to create the pipeline over a period of time, and that's going to take time. And that's the bit that I find the most exciting, because there's already a pipeline there, and we haven't really set up a good talent ID model out there yet. And we've got some wonderful plans there that we can maybe, go through. But it is exciting. There's some lovely bowlers out there, some good guys.
Talking about a pipeline and a model ID, of course, you said you're the lead in the country, but obviously you need people filtering through the system. Have you had an opportunity to sit down with some of the provincial coaches, maybe some of the under-19 or representative sides domestically, to say, listen guys, by the time I get a bowler at A-team level from under-19 or first class, this is the kind of product I'm expecting to have to take forward?
Yeah, look, and you're absolutely right. That is paramount. We've talked a lot about what that strategy might look like. TK, great start. again with the new ball, it's going to be an exciting opportunity to watch what TK's. I thought he'd done really, really well all day. But yeah, going back to what you were saying there, I think when you look at the actual model that we've got across all the franchises, there are 3 categories of cricketer that I'm looking for. There's category A, which are the bowlers of national interest that we know about, and then there's category B, which are the bowlers that are involved in the provinces or the franchises, and then there's category C, which we don't even know about. Now, for category A bowlers, what are we doing in regard to winter programs for them? Are all set up. You know, they've got the right strength and conditioning programs. They've got the right coaches working with them on the right. You know, it might be some technical work they need to work on. It could be, you know, there's multiple different areas. But what we need is a plan for those bowlers to make sure that they're not just doing a little bit of work in the winter and then coming into the summer cricket. That it's a 12-month of the year program. And we've got a lot of work to do there, and that's something that we've been talking a lot with Hamilton. He's really, really keen to try and help that with each one of the franchises. So there's things in place. And all I can say is watch this space, because there are some wonderful coaches out there, and we just need to just make sure the right players are in place, that the bowlers are managed, they're well looked after, they've got good development plans attached to them. So if they're a category A bowler, we already know about them. There could be someone that we are on the outskirts, like TK's on the outskirts of the test team. What are we doing? How are we doing that? What the Eagles doing with him? Because I'm only one man, you know. And like I said, it's all about making sure that the right processes are in place to make sure these bowlers are looked. It's going to take some time, and going to take some good communication and some good. Oh, TK looks like he's hurt himself here.
Yeah, now.
Yeah, he's gone down. It looks like a bit of cramp in his calf, I hope.
Oh, no, I hope that won't be too serious for him.
No, I hope so too, because he's done a job all day. But yeah, look, I'm a little bit concerned there while I'm watching, actually.
No, I'm sure you are.
I'm hoping that he's going to be okay, especially given the fact that he's bowled so nicely all day. But yeah, going back on the point you mentioned there, Dino, I think it's one of those things where we look at. I know it's something that Dave is really, really keen to do. For me, it's not about whether you're a batting national lead, a bowling national lead. We're not here to tell people what to do. Far from it. We're here to help support, educate, and like I said, make sure the right systems and the processes are in place. Because ultimately, if you think about it here now, we've got the World Cup in 2027, yeah? Technically a 15-year-old could be playing in that. How exciting is that?
Indeed.
Be able to make sure that we've got good development plans either in place.
Pathway for that kid to be able to.
Yeah, exactly that. And that for me is an exciting moment for us to look. We need the right coaches in the right places, we need the right talent ID program, and we need the right, once we've found them, the right talent development program. Because, like I said, in 4 years' time, hopefully I'm here in 4 years' time and I'm still got my job. But hopefully we've got a nice pipeline of bowlers coming through, which is going to take some infrastructure change and support, really. We're having a bit of on the camera here, it looks like he's stretching that hamstring off.
Yeah, it certainly just looked like a bit of cramp when he was about to start that last ball, so physio just out there helping him out with some stretches. I hope that won't be anything too hectic. It's been a very warm day today, unlike the last few with a lot of rain around.
It has been a very hot day. I'm glad I'm not bowling out there as a ginger, I can tell you. 36, 37 degrees I think it's been at some point today.
Yeah, I know it has. It's been pretty warm. Yeah, it looks like he's not going to take further part.
He's just coming off. It looks like he's got a bit of cramp
today, Tanaka Chivanga, and that's probably just a good idea. He looks okay. It's probably just an idea to say, let's make sure you're properly rehydrated so that you can come back tomorrow morning.
That's a good call.
At the top of your game. And conditioning.
Yeah.
Of the bowlers. Of course, Mzarabani we know is out injured.
Yeah.
Chatara got a bit of rest in that first ODI, struggling a bit with the knee. Is there a concern with regards to injuries to the players? Of course, Mzarabani is a player who is constantly on the move, playing a lot of cricket around the world. Chatara's getting on a bit and has played a lot of cricket. Is there a concern with injury issues, in particular with the faster bowlers? And are you...
Well, look, that's a difficult question to answer because I've not had enough information based around their conditioning. All I know is that we do have plans in place for making sure that they're managed well. The challenge we've got is when you've got somebody like Blessing who is not only playing international cricket for us, and it's quite a, as you know, a hectic international schedule, he's getting called up for T20 tournaments around the world. So when you've got somebody that is that exciting, there is a programming issue about how you manage these bowlers. So, like, I'll give you an example now. We've playing this series now against Ireland, and then we've obviously got the West Indies, and then we've then probably got a period of about 3 weeks before we've even got Holland coming over. Then on top of that, once that's finished, we've then potentially got another series which only gives you sort of 4 or 5 week windows to get these lads fit as a strength and conditioning block. And I believe, and having had plenty of experience in this myself, in England, you'd have 6 months where you work really, really hard on your fitness. And that includes, some of that could be 2 or 3 months of bowling as well. But you've got 3 months of a strong conditioning block. So that's what holds you in good stead when you're going through a really, really tough schedule.
Tough period, yeah.
And we haven't had that opportunity to do that.
Wow.
That's a one hell of a
holding
shot.
back there, yeah.
So Donald has come back on. Donny, has just come back on to replace TK, and then he's literally standard and delivered there with what a shot that was, straight over. It looked like mid-off, was it? Or was
It went along the ground to him, but
yeah,
either side of him by a metre, I'm pretty sure he would have got a boundary.
he would have.
He settled down nicely. Nice balls for his 46.
Bowling! Beautiful piece of bowling. It's just nipped back nicely, just from outside our stump. Beautiful piece of bowling there, Tino.
Yeah, it's a decent length.
Yeah.
In between length, he didn't look like he decided whether he was going to go right forward or right back, and that's why he's got the inside. It just looked to really stand up and force the ball as opposed to, get himself in a proper position to play.
Yeah, I mean, he was slightly over-pitched in the previous delivery, missed his length, but he really got his length right there, and it seemed to just nip back just off the seam a little bit, and like you said, it just was in no man's land. It wasn't really forward or back in his position there to play the ball, and got a nice inside edge. That was a real bonus for us because he was looking very, very strong. That's a really good wicket for us.
295 for 4 now. Mares the pass. New man in Josh De Silva. New ball has done the trick for Zimbabwe. At the end of the day, they'll be looking to get a couple more.
Good aggressive bowling there. Nice length. He's got off strike though nicely. This is what we've been talking about building that pressure. So we've got the new batter coming in now. It's about building that bit of pressure. We can look to attack the top of that off stump and be aggressive here with the new ball. Maybe, just maybe, we can pick up a couple more. That would be a nice sort of end to the day. For what has been a tough day.
BAC today hasn't quite provided ideal conditions for the faster bowlers. They've toiled hard.
It's a fine shot through the offside. Slightly over pitched. It's not quite the length that Cam obviously aiming for there, but a beautiful shot to start with through the offside. It's not quite what we want for the new batter, but I'm sure he'll come back.
On this pitch and the way you've seen it play today, though, you're happier to see your faster bowlers erring on the side of being fuller than shorter, because at least it gets the batsman coming in to play the stroke. If something does happen, maybe an opportunity there, as opposed to the ball being pitched back where we've seen it's just sat in the wicket.
This is exactly the case. I mean, look, on a pitch that is slow, where there's not a great deal of bounce, it can be quite interesting, because if you bowl too short, obviously the ball sits up. But this pitch reminds me of something like a pitch in Sharjah. You know, you played yourself where you've actually got to bash it at around about that 7 metre length at the top of the stumps. I think if you bowl too full, then it's just a little bit too easy, especially with that. But he is trying to get the ball to swing, and there is some nice movement there, shaping away from the right-hander. So yeah, I think it's just like I said, it's more of a discipline, attritional surface, where you've got to be able to put the ball in the right areas for long enough. If we do that, then we've got chances to be able to take poles. But if you keep letting the pressure off, that won't be the case. So yeah, it's just about bashing the top of that off stump. It is, isn't it?
It is indeed. Anyway, Steve, thank you very, very much for giving us some of your precious time.
No problem, it's been a pleasure.
You've got your team to be with, you've got thoughts to think about how today's gone and how you plan on tomorrow. So again, on behalf of all the viewers, thank you very much for your time, for your expert thoughts on the bowlers in Zimbabwe, where you're looking and where the team's looking to go. Thank you very much, Steve Kirby.
No worries. Thanks, Tina. Thanks for inviting me on. Full again.
Full again. This time straight to the fielder. 300 for 4 at the end of the 86th over.
304 for 5. Just 4 overs to go to close off day 1. Devon Thomas on 38 of 45. Joshua De Silva just joined him. I'm joined here by Zimbabwe fast bowler Christopher Mpofu. How are you, mate? How's been your day?
Day has been fantastic. Seen some good cricket from both sides. Zimbabwe picking up 5 wickets and giving surface for the fast bowlers.
Slightly short ball there from Donald Trupano, and David De Silva looking to just have a short arm jab, but goes straight to point for no run. Looks like a flat wicket here at BAC. Hasn't been played on since last year. The Windies having a 305 for 5. You take that as the coach?
I'll definitely take the slip. 300 runs, 90 overs. That's a plus. But as we all know, how Test cricket has evolved, how it's gone by lately. You see teams getting to 400. But as we see these days with West Indies playing a proper traditional Test cricket, unlike what we've seen from England or Australia, that will be attacking. But what they've done here, they've taken their time just to get used to the conditions.
Another shot down there to deep point, cleaned up by Jolo Go to mark the end of the over. 306 for 5. Chin of the bowling. Faraz Akram coming in from the city end. It's bowled 7 over 26, but wicketless on day 1 so far. He's done well, applies his trade for Mashonaland Eagles in Harare. Bowling to Joshua De Silva. Edge but along the ground. Accustomed to the BAC track, Christopher, as the wicket tires down, pace starts to reduce a bit, and those outside edges will not carry as much as they would in the morning.
Definitely, you need your slip fielders to come a little bit closer. As we saw it in the morning, didn't carry that much, but it gets even worse as the day goes on.
Faraz Akram generally an inch bowler. I think he's done well so far in this past Logan Cup games, earning him a call up to the Zime squad. Windies will be looking to close out these overs and going to stumps with still hand. There's still a couple of few more batsmen to come tomorrow morning.
Yeah, they're coming onto the Wendy's. They've got a pretty good betting lineup. Still got Jason Holt outside. If you guys roast on Chase, we haven't seen him yet. Also, we would love to have a bet on this beautiful surface.
Very well bowled from Faraz Akram. He's putting in the hard yards. Just to illustrate, the surface of the wicket is only bowled 7 overs the whole day, meaning a wicket, not a pacer's, not friendly. More like a spinner's wicket. We've played a lot of cricket here, me and Christopher. A slight misfield from Milton Shumba, and the two batsmen, Devon Thomas and De Silva, go through for 1. Score moves on to 305. Just looking ahead, Bobby, going through tomorrow morning, what do you think Zimbabwe need to do to try and just curtail a bit more runs, and what score will be good here? A first inning score for the Windies to say they're comfortable to put it in the Zimbabweans to bat.
I'm sure anything more than 350 on this surface, we know it's a 3-day game. Anything more than 350, so I'm sure that tomorrow morning we'll definitely see the Windies going more on the attacking side. And end of the over there, 307 for 5 after 88 overs.
Donald Tripano, continuing from the golf course. It's bowled into his 9th over of the day. A clear illustration that the wicket is not a bowler friendly for you, Christopher. I know you're a fast bowler. You'll have loved to see your fast bowlers clocking in close to 12 to 13 overs a day. But both bowlers have gone for less than 10.
Yeah,
the wicket is not seamer friendly at the moment.
Yeah, credit to the fast bowlers. Yes, I know it hasn't done quite a lot for the seamers, but I love the energies that they've put every time they've been given the ball to ball. I saw Chavanga, who has gone out, I think he's cramping or something like that, but the big fella ran in so hard, and we saw him being rewarded out of nowhere, but because of the running in that he has done.
But basically, this surface is tailor-made for someone like Dolo Tripano, who loves nipping it off the track. We saw the wicket of Calmes. Tripano is also
Who can do something with the ball, and he's that caliber.
The whole day on the field in such hot temperatures. It's good to see. It shows that the boys have been working very hard. It has been hard as well in the local league, in the domestic setup as well, first class. The fast bowlers have had to put in the hard yards. Very well bowled and left alone. Marks the end of the over. Windies 308 for 5. 308 for 5. Faraz Akram to bowl most likely the last over of the day. Mark off day 1. West Indies will be pretty happy on 308 for 5. Very well bowled. That's full and straight. Joshua De Silva keeps that one out. Looking back at Zimbabwe's fast bowlers, we just had Steve Kirby here, Zimbabwean fast bowling coach rather. What message would you send through to your players after at stumps to work on tomorrow morning for day 2?
For me, I think Stevie has done quite a tremendous work and job with his fast bowlers, with his spinners. For me, I don't think there's a lot that they need to change on. Just need maybe more on that, off stump and pitching the ball up more often. We know that there is not a lot. Just keep probing on that good length, and we can see that the Windies haven't run away with the game yet.
Very well ball from Faraz Akram, just nudged away by Devon Thomas. Looks like he's just playing for stumps, just one down to fine leg. Cleaned up by Tapiwa Mfudza.
As we were saying, they just need to keep hitting these areas. I felt like Asima's bowled quite well. Been a lot of overs, but every time they've got the ball, they've done the right thing.
Again, nudge down to deep point. Is that a good ploy, Christopher? Still, I know maybe 2 balls towards stumps. Maybe bringing the point in just to close off that one. Just
For me,
create a bit more balls towards the end. Not make the Windies feel comfortable.
I'm sure maybe the Zimbabweans have realized that most of the runs have come from that, one ball that has been short and wide, and maybe Zimbabweans trying to be cut off that. But as you were saying it, they've brought that point back. I think they listened to you there, Slimmy. They've brought that point back. As you were saying, still an attacking option, having that point in.
.311 for 5 with 1 ball to go. Guided through that point region, and the bowlers and Devon Thomas just go through for 2. Marks the end of the over. And umpire Christopher Peary calls stumps for day 1. He just went through for 2, marking the end of the number and calling off. And Christopher Peary calls stumps on 313 for 5 after 90 overs. And just going through the scorecard. Craig Breathwaite, captain, leading from the front, scoring 116 runs, retired of 170 balls. And Tangarayan Chandapol as his partner went out to Tanaka Chivanga, called by Tapiga on 46 of 134 balls. Raymond Rifa came in at 3 and was clean bowled by Privileged Chesa on 23, and Kruma Bona. His worries continue for the Windies. Leg before wicket of Wesley Madewere. Cal Mayers was the last wicket just before a couple of overs ago, just before stumps. Donald Tiripano for 46 of 63, and leaving Devon Thomas on 42. And Joshua De Silva who just came in on 9. And looking at the bowling, Bobby, please take us through the bowling.
Yeah, looks like very good figures for the Zim bowlers. Yes, they didn't take so many wickets, but the economy was pretty good. Tanaka Jivanga, the pick of the bowlers, 80 overs and taking 1 wicket for 11 runs. Just came out after having a few cramps. Donald Tiripano ran in all day, 1 for 21. And Wesley Madere, whom I felt really bowled quite well, got the ball to 10. And Privilege Chester getting 1 also. Milton Schumer came in when they needed the wicket, and he did that. So it's been a brilliant day for the bowlers. Yes, it's 300 runs on the board, but I'll be pretty happy if I was in the Zimbabwean camp. Getting 5 wickets is the key.
Well, day 1 done. Please join us again tomorrow from here at BAC. And my co-commentator Christopher Mpofu. West Indies at Stumps, 313 for 5 after 90 overs. It's a very good evening, everybody.